Hello, everybody. Happy Monday. Elaine's got levels of energy that are unknown even to the scientists because it's so low. Yeah, boy, you thought I was going to say hi. No, I said low. Because it's Monday. What do you expect from me? Garfield taught me to hate Mondays. Actually, nah, I like Mondays. I like Mondays because I get to hang out with you guys. Hi, sentient pancakes. Or as Pixels would say, sentient pankakus for some reason. Which I'll never understand. You're looking for the remote? It's over here. I got it. Thank you. Pixels brought me my fan because it's going to be hot today and I use it in the kitchen because we were having some yummy food, but it got smoky, so I had to use the fan in there. But I hope everybody's having a good birthday. Today is technically my Friday. Ooh, nice. Hello. Hello. Look, I added a clock. Look, chat. Look, my mouse can't go over there, but look up there. You see that? There's a clock up there. I added a clock. And it says what day it is today, so I don't forget. Because I have, like, a clock on my main monitor, but I never look at the one in the bottom right corner of, like, on the screen and the taskbar. It's just so small. My brain tunes it out. But I do have one on my other monitor. But then I look at chat a lot, so it's kind of like, I have clocks everywhere now. Can't get lost in time if all I got is time. Alright. Alright, chat. Alright, chat. Hi, Zoe. Hi. Alright, so today we have to make a new thing for shoutouts. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. We're making a new thing, and that's it. And so that's all I'm gonna say. Thanks for tuning. So, I was thinking of pivoting us a little bit to a radio show, but I don't really know. I think we're already... My brain is just dead. I have no brain thoughts. Thanks for tuning in. Tune in the Milk Club. I have to add a thing, don't I? Oh, the mod is chosen. FVIP. Oh. Okay, hold on. No, this is correct. And then we do add send text chat, send chat message. This one would go first. It would be Twitch difference between shout out and shout out. Hello. On Twitch, both serve for the purpose of giving other streamers a shout out to viewers, but they differ in their origin. Clock! Yeah, you like my clock? I have a clock here now. Isn't that nice? Also, the usernames are kind of small, huh? Alright, let's do a little maintenance today. A little maintenance. Oh, my guy got back to me after I already sent the email. Ugh. God damn it. I should have waited. Say. It's a nice clock, not too big, not too small. Yeah, it's nice. It just kind of fits in there. And I was thinking like I would maybe make like a little indent, maybe look like it was written, but I think it looks nice by itself. I think it looks nice by itself. And also it'll help with timestamping things, you know? I think it'll be nice for me to timestamp thing. Also, it helps me check the VOD to make sure it's the right day. Nope, it's... Username and font size. Let's make this like 15. Let me test it. Yeah, it's a better size. Okay, cool. I like that. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, so let's just do this. That doesn't do anything. But if I shouted out Zoe this way, it does the whole thing, right? Okay. And that's where, okay, I got it. So we want it to do /shout. Of course, you're being my little test subject for this, Zoe, today, so you're awesome sauce. I have to test stuff, so you were just the first person I thought of to test it with. So thank you for being my guinea pig. Great for your head, be sure that's not quite panel graphics. Oh, my phone's buzzing. No, it's not. I'm going insane. Yeah, I'm used to. You're always useful. How to word that part. Yeah. Okay, so... Okay, actually watch the video. Okay, we don't... But could this not be done... Pull wildcard user wildcard number 0. Let's see. So if I want, okay, so username, ID, save it. Why are they doing the extra variable stuff though? Twitch channel, get channel info. What does this do? So they grabbed user info variable, users info, save variable info user ID channel. Oh my god, Bossy, thank you for the 31 months of tier 1. What's up? What's up, bud? I'm trying to figure out how to make the shout out bot. Interesting. I don't think it needs all of that though, no? Okay. Let's see. Thanks for tuning into the Milk Club. User, like, I'll just do like user. They were just action. So like, oh, they were just streaming, because I think streaming and then action and then be sure to give them lovin'. They are sending us. Okay, so if I... Thanks for tuning into the Milk Club user. They were just streaming, so be sure to give them lovin' like they are sending us. Be sure to give them lovin' like they're sending us. Bruh, my brain. I don't know what to do with any of these. Mixed up Sammy bot's Twitch raid command trigger pull data save variable as. Okay, so trigger pull data pull value Twitch. Oh, so there's different ones. Oh. Oh! Trigger type, user ID, username. So channel, same as user. You know what? Why don't we make this whimsical? We're gonna call them baby. Shout out, and then I believe it would be baby. Save run. And then this would be baby. So if this works correctly, it should say undefined. Yeah. Thanks for tuning to the Milk Club undefined. Okay, and then let's do like a little star emote. Star emoji. Hi, Condemned. How are you? You're good? That's good. Let's do a star. This one, copy. Anxiety, don't cry in me. Okay, thanks for tuning in the Milk Club undefined. They were just streaming, so the anxiety. Okay, so now if we go back to Twitch raid, Twitch shout out. Oh. 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 Recent categories as. Have I told you about how I've been bit? You got bit by a bear? How'd you get bit by a bear? How'd you get that close to a bear? Topic. I wish I could like extend this. Thanks for tuning in. They were just streaming. Topic. Run. So be sure to give them. Okay. So. The lady in office. Sugar pulled that up. Copy paste. Can we get like the link? Channel URL. Wait, what does channel come out from? Nigerian prince scam. Surprise, surprise, you end up being a white man. Oh, I'm gonna do what the hell do I do? I'm saying, wait a minute, do we have to stop this? I need a channel URL. Twitch information updated. Channel. Twitch channel. Wow. Song is amazing. I know, right? Now, no, it was at a zoo and it was only a cub and it only nipped my finger, but it still can't. Bro, you had me thinking you got mauled. Wow, way to clickbait me. Dude, I thought you got mauled by a bear, like mauled by a bear, brother. URL. I don't know where this is pulling this from. What am I messing around? We're not messing around. Wait a minute, do we have to stop this? Username, ID, target cooldown started at recent cat or picture. Username ID, moderator display name from channel ID, cooldown ends at display name. How do I get there? The ultimate clickbait. You got me, bro. How do I have it? Sammy auto shout out. Not that one. I want this one. Cause they did it. Wait, let me test it. I think I did it. I was thinking a ferocious teddy bear. Plausible. Let's see. Oh, then gone. Wait, what did they? Twitch.tv. Oh! I've given up a big man. Twitch.tv slash. Do they do slash again? Yeah, they do slash and then, yeah. Zerlon strut its killer kick back, flipping up a Big Mac. Okay, hopefully this will work. Edit appearance green. Save. Okay. Hopefully that'll work. If it doesn't, I'll be very confused, but I'm pretty sure I did that good. My eyeball's been itching all day, bro, and I can't itch it enough. Work response. Okay, so this will be the lurk thing. But then send for lurking. User. Miss you, but will hold. Miss you, but thank you for the lurk. Okay, so it's gotta get it triggers chat, Twitch chat message. Big yawn. Hi. How you doing? Save. Gotta be perfect. Gotta be good. Now that work is understandable. Trigger pull data. All Twitch username. I don't know how to do this. Thank you for redeeming the daily vibe check. I hope work was good though. Username as user. Put it up here. So if I do lurk getting food. Perfect. Hi, Kiwi. Why isn't it working? Like my woes. Hi, Kiwi. Hope you're having a good day. Why isn't this working? Monday main day. Hell yeah, it is. I'm not tired about anything. Did you finish at the midnight? Not yet. I feel like I'm close to the end though. We're like right about to fight to get to Kushma's, I think. Or we're starting the journey to get to Kushma's. I'm slow at video games. User, thanks for the lurk. User will miss you, but yeah, it's gotta be perfect. Twitch chat message. Say, hold on. It would be similar to, like, the define. Arg, wild cover 0 first. Arg, save. Okay. It triggers define. Allow to wild card. Okie dokie. Save. Whole wild card 0. This is going to be argument. It's for lurking. If they have an argument, lurking. Have fun. Ooh. Arg. Yeah, you're very close. Yippee! Cow will miss you, but have fun getting food. Hell yeah. So if I did... Oops. How did I do that? Okay. So if I did lurking sucking dick. Sucking pee-pee. Thanks for the lurk. Thanks for lurking. Easy. Thanks for lurking, user. Let's do maincoow heart. Heart. Oh, wait, is it capital M? I forget. No, it's maincoow, and then oh, shit. Heart. There you go. We'll miss you, but have fun, David. Okay. There you go. This should actually be purple. I want it to be purple. I want it to be like the Twitch purple. What is the Twitch purple? Twitch purple hex. Cinco de Cambonque. Someone just did for 3. Save. Edit appearance. If only there was an easy way to change my to your. Oh! But have fun. That's true. If only there was an easy way to change my to your. Change my to your and Sammy. I wonder if I could. I think that'd be too complicated. I think it's okay. I think it's okay for now. I'm too lazy to fix it otherwise. Alright, I need to turn my stream light on. Okay, Google, turn on smart plug 1 and 2 and magic light rope. You probably just find like a list of words and have a list of replace words, but it would be work. Yeah, I'm lazy. I don't want to do that right now. Okay, Google, turn on magic light rope. There you go. Get your fucking face away! Alright. Alright, we should open multiple things. We can keep going. Baseline junkie. 32. Actually, I should always do steak and base. Dirty steak and base. Big dirty steak and base. Steak and base. Dirty steak and base. And then 8. And 26. Yeah. How long do I have till the baby no money thing runs out? So could I post that on Sunday? I don't need no women. I think it's this one. You have 6 days left. 6 days left 1 day ago. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fuck! Okay, fine, I'll do it today. Fuck. Dirty steak and base. Big dirty steak and base. Where's my TikTok template? There it is. Post it today. Might as well so I can hop on the trend. Stinking big dirty stinking base. Dirty stinking base. Big dirty stinking base. Brr, 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 brr. File, save project as, boom. We'll call it boom. Did he release the song on TikTok yet? He did. He did. Alright, let's listen to it. In her room, boom, 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 boom. Maybe I should DM Andre asked me to make like an edit for this, because I didn't really think about this. I just kind of was like, oh yeah, this will be a great idea. I did another one where it's like more zoomed in. Maybe I should do the zoomed in one. I just need the audio from that video. This was just me just rocking out to the song for a bit. I want to end it on that, like... I think I want to end it there. But, like, what if I, like, brought in the beginning of the video, like... I'm trying to make a thirst trap of myself. I don't know how well this is gonna go. Bleh, they defeated. I'm proud of you. Mondays are the worst anyway. Fuck them. Fuck them. I'm trying to make a thirst trap. Welcome in. Okay, what if we, like... We did it like that, right? What if we... But what if we also did this one, right? But we turned it upside down, right? I have no use for it to end. That's okay. This way in big dick energy. Oh my god. Triple T's is off my list. I don't know how to do this. I'm guessing. And then if we did this. Okay, wait, we gotta like cut it right here. Right before I like make my head go down, actually. So this has got to go here. It's like we're making a mini music video. And then I want like to start where like Like here, maybe? This is so hard! I don't know how to do this! I don't know how to do this! Where's Andrea when you need her? Fuck. Okay, no, I got this. I got this. I got this. I've watched enough thirst traps. I got this. Just not enough VTuber thirst traps, clearly. Yo, I like this. I like this nodding that I'm doing. Just watch strip teases for 10 minutes? No, I'm okay. I got this. Go watch them now. You guys are crazy. Okay, wait. Hold on. Do I have like a different nodding thing? I have more like nodding, you know? I did plenty of research this morning. Like, actually watch them though? I did! I watched them this morning! Hold on, wait. I'm specifically referencing, hold on, I gotta pause this so you guys can hear the fucking audio. I'm specifically referencing this one. Kind of. That kind of like how he's like bouncing, I like it. But I want to add a bit more like flair to it, you know? I want to kind of make it almost like it's a music video. And I'm about to make my dick soft because I don't know how to do that. Because like I have a vision in my head, but I don't know how it works. I think like, oh wait, hold on, I have an idea. So like let's go halfway here. Let's go here, and then in the beginning, let's like scooter down, right? Yeah. I think you care getting there, though. Yeah, I mean, obviously I care getting there. It's just... But, like... We'll get there, you know? Okay. Oh, are getting there? Yeah. Like, this is pretty good. That... And then I just need my, like, jamming out to the song, I think. Because, like, regardless, so, okay, the reason why he did this whole trend was, like, the lowest view video gets $500, right? But it doesn't even matter. I don't even want the $500. Because just being in this trend will be poggers. Because Baby No Money is success. Our Lord and Savior, Baby No Money, you know? So we gotta push through, and you gotta listen to the song on repeat while we can't actually listen to the song. Lurk, try not to kill my patients at work. Thanks for lurking, Kiwi. I love that I like it. I like the new one. The new one's nice. It works good. Alright. Okay, so now I need, like, me dancing. It's like... That's kind of cute. They're kind of like... Okay, let's try... this. Hold on, I gotta look through the whole thing. Okay, but it's gotta end. Okay, I know it sucked, Monkey Balls, but you made that, and that's awesome. Yeah, I know. I think it's a lot better than the other one, because it takes exactly what you say. Okay, so this is gonna extend over here. So, like, I want the ending to be, like... So, like, I kind of want that, like, the ending. I'm just, like... Like, I think that would be, like, a good end to it. She got that. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, now this is the dancing part. I really want to get those jiggle physics. That's a good part. This is a good part. This for the jiggle physics. This is a good part. Get out, go figure it out. Okay, how's this? I like it. I like it. Okay. That boom, 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 boom. Okay. Okay, wait. Okay, so. I feel like I need to do more rhythmic, like bouncing. I feel like I was jamming too much. And now I'm in her room. Okay, so now I should go boom, 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 boom. And now I'm in her room, boom, boom. And then I kind of want to do like a thing where it's like zoomed in on the boobies. Right? Gotta get that sex appealing, guys. But I did one with me. There was like a more full version. Hold on. Release me from this curse I'm in. Hold on, let me just get the beginning. Cause I was like, I'm probably gonna need more of my model than a normal TikTok. Yeah, we did good boob bouncing here. Good boob bouncing. Good, there's good boob bouncing right here. And now, not the. Hold on, I think this one, I think it is, needs to come down more. Right, so they're about even. What if we could just get like... What if I could just do like... this part? And then what if it was like just zoomed into my tits? Like, you know, like what if it just... You know, it's just got that... I don't know fucking how to do this shit, dude. And then I want like the wink at the end. Wait, can we do a... Oh, fuck. I'm about to make this harder for myself. Like here? So... Okay. Oh! I have an idea! I have an idea! That... Okay, how many times is it? That boom, boom. And then, like, here again? I think? So it should be... that boom. Okay, wait, things are happening in my brain. Pin his face to your tits. Yeah, dude. So he's dead banging it too, yeah, dude. I could actually. Okay, so I had an idea. Okay, so I want to do like a crop bottom, right? But it's gonna be like me zoomed in Wait, okay. Wait, hold on. I got this. I have an idea. Okay, so let's do like... Okay, we're doing it on the second boom because the second boom is gonna be my tits. Okay, so let's crop the top. Retain. So it's like this much. And we're gonna go like this. And then we're gonna crop the bottom. Alright, so it'll be my tits, right? And then I'm gonna zoom out a bit more. Okay, I know this doesn't make a lot of sense, but it will in like 10 seconds. Okay, and then it'll be like this, crop, retain position. But now it's gonna be, we're not gonna crop the top, but we're gonna crop the bottom more. So when we get here, it'll be like this, right? But now we're gonna use a part. What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? Boffy, what's happening? What are you doing? Okay, so now that this is a section with my eyes open. Okay, so we got this part. So it'll be like, but you see what I'm doing? I'm like doing like a, and like it would slide in, so it would be this one, and it'd slide in, and then it'd be like another one, and then it'd slide in. Doesn't make sense. You said in 10 seconds. You lied to me. Listen, I'm making a masterpiece right now. You can't rush perfectionism. Okay, and then we do another one, right? That's like here. Hold on, wait. Here? That go... Okay, hold on. Add track. Okay. That would go to the next. She got that. Or maybe we could do it here instead. So let's like spread it out a bit more. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. So it would be like... Yeah, okay, I'm getting it. Okay, and then this one, crop bottom will go down further, and then the crop top will come down here. And then we would move the model to my thighs. Right, like this. Right? So it'd be like my thighs. Right, and it would be like... Boom, 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 boom. Like you see what I mean though? Like it's like boom, 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 boom. In her room, boom, 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 boom. And then like the now in her room thing, I kind of want to do like a thing where it's kind of like angled, zoomed out a bit, but it's like angled, I guess. I was kind of hoping to do a similar thing to the beginning in a way. So it's like, I don't actually know if this will work all that well, but it'll be like, and now I'm in a room, boom, boom, boom. Got that boom, 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 boom. Now I'm in her room, boom, boom. So this one, I feel like we could split up into 3. So it's like, boom, 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 boom. Oops. Yeah, so we could split this up into 3. So the last one would go here. So if we split it into 3, it'd be like this. Boom, 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 boom. Let me see. So it would be here and then here. Boom, boom, boom. So it'd be like, and then we'd cut this here. So like, so let me hold on. So let me do it like this. So this would actually get cut here. So then this would scoot over. So like the other thing for this one would be like, it'd be very similar to the other one where it's kind of like, let's go here. Be like halfway, it'd be there, and then this way it would go, or hold on. It would be like, whoop. So it'd be like, okay, maybe not that far off. Like, enough so you could see. And then I kind of want to make this faster. Not bad. Okay, hold on. That is not what he asked for. Fuck, I didn't copy it either. Dance to the line. The cute. That would have to be like a lot faster. So it'd be like, now I'm in her room, boom. Now I'm in her room, boom, 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 boom. So then the other one would be like the same, but it would be the other way. So it'd be like here. Maybe we'd switch them. But nope, not you. You would start down here. So it'd be like, yeah, it'd be like that. So, maybe we could zoom her in a little bit more. Or like do it like this. Right? And then we do this one. This guy here. Let's do this guy here. And this guy, let's bring him down more. And I'll do. And then we just spread it out over this way. I think that's not bad. Okay, wait, because my tail gets in the way. Maybe we could have it like here. And then here. You know, like we're cropping top horn. I have a playlist for Gooncore songs. Yeah! Yeah! Okay, so now it's kind of like, you got that boom, 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 boom. Now I'm in her room, boom, boom. Maybe I scoot this over a bit. You know, like maybe I do it here, like, you know? Let's see. I think that's not bad. So now we'd split 1920. That's not a one. 1920 divided by 3, 640. So if it's the middle one, which I think this is the middle one, crop bottom 640. Oh wait, turn it off, turn it all off, turn this one on. Bottom would be 1280. Yeah, and then this one would be 640 and then 640, I think. Yeah, and then this one would just be 1280. So it would be like this. And then we just take this guy and then move him. Oh, don't do that. Oh wait, retain. No, that was correct. 0. And then we would just move it down to the thighs. And this one would be moved down for the boobs. And then this one would be for the head. But I kind of want to replace it with, I think I have a more zoomed in version, so it's kind of like, yeah, so like take this, crop, position, zoom, apply, and clips. Okay, let's see. Oops. Start there. Move it. Hide this guy. Scoot it. Let's see how does it look. To be honest, I've never heard this song, but it's called Bussin', and I thought that would be funny. That's valid. Is that too fast? Alright, what if we swapped it, though? What if we swapped it? No, because I feel like this guy is like, you got that. I'm in her room. Boom, boom, boom. I'm like conflicted about this one because like I don't know if I like it enough. Like if it was like 0 and then 0, right? And then what if it was just me dancing? Freestyle verse in his song? Wrong, bitch. Wrong, bitch, buddy. Get Rin to do that, not me. Not that. Boom, 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 boom. Now I'm in her room. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, it's all good. I cannot tell enough to take it. I need you, but I miss you. How many? Ooh, wait. Ooh. Oh, wait. Elaine has an idea. So let's start it. Well, let's pin it. And then, like, pin it again. Right? Oh, wrong one. And then, like, make it go up. Who's hard to see you when I miss you ever here? I just bought the Doom and Wolfenstein bottles on Humble Bundle. Nice. Want to shoot some Nazis? Not really. I like Doom more than anything else. Wait, did I fuck this up? Oh, it's hard to leave you when I miss you everywhere. Hold on. Let's go back. Chica mia. He loves me times he loves me come. Okay, now if I like speed it up, it's like, nope, too fast. I like it. I think I like it. That boom, 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 boom. Now. Okay, now what if we did? I like the Wolfenstein alt history stuff. I really like alt history. That's valid. That's valid. I like demons. Slide. Slide this way. Slide left to right. Whatever. Oh, I like it. I like it. Oh my god, I like it, chat. I like it. I think I could be a videographer. I think that's what they're called. I don't actually know. Gimme, 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 gimme. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at it. Boom, 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 boom. I think it has to be faster. Everybody sucks. Yeah, so this has to be about the same speed as this one, so let's do it like that. So it'll be like boom, 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 boom. It would be the same on the last one too. Woo! I'm so good at this. Oh
okay, I like it, Picasso.
Thank you, pictures. Wait, so it's like boom, 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 boom. I kind of want it to like sit here. I don't know. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, but this one would be like here, I think. Like this is like the center of the body. Boom, 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 boom. Got that boom, 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 boom. Now I'm in her room. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, cool. I'm cooking. I'm cooking. I'm cooking, guys. Now I gotta figure out how to do the text. Fuck. Alright, let's do... Let's create the subtitles from this. Damn, you've been really into Violent Pro. It's just in my like songs. Oh, yeah, it's just in my like songs. Okay, I didn't do it. Fuck. Cheese dot. Okay. This is a good song. I listen to the song a lot. I like the song. I can't spell text. Text plus. Violent pornography. Chicks inside of me. Let's do. We're gonna have to do like a bold font. Pornography. Choking chicks inside of me. The shit you on your TV. I want something clean. Give me something clean. What? It's a Hebetus. I'm thinking of Hebetus. She's Oh, this was wrong ad track. She's got, and then can we do like a fade? It's like across. Oh, okay. Could we do like this one? How would this change it? Okay, can we make it faster though? I don't want it to fade out. Fade on, fade, rise, fade. So it's just like she's taking inspiration from her search history. No, this is just my like songs. This is literally just my like songs. This is just what I like to listen to. Spotify is being inspired by things that I just actively listen to every day in a pattern. I don't want the fade off. Where's the thing? Where's the setting? Don't fade off. I don't want it to fade off. Okay, wait. She's... Okay, you know what? We're gonna keep it like this. He's got that. Okay. Glass text effect. Glass text effect. The Vibin key. Text. Essential graphics. This is a premiere thing! Can't wait to see this when it's done. Mashy, I can send it to you personally before I post it. Because fuck. I feel like I'm not going to be able to finish it today, so I might have to post it tomorrow. Ugh! Fuck, it's fine. Because I need to post something, like, today. And I was just... I have a thing to post. I just was hoping to post this today, but it's fine. Hold on. Okay, we need to add audio to this. Edit video. That was loud. What is this one? I think this one could be cute. And then added sound to like 25. And hey, this isn't bad. This isn't bad. That's not bad. Actually, I quite like that. Decided to take some of my clips from stream and edit them into a silly little compilation. Check me out over on Twitch. No, I shouldn't say Twitch. To a little compilation. I hope you enjoy. VTuber, envtuber, video games, Twitch. Twitch. Why isn't it doing it now? Twitch streamer. Hashtag. Oop. Hashtag. VTuber. Actually, I finally ready for my... Yeah, about to get into VR. Also, I realize I'm doing a thing. Okay, silly, funny, POV, VTuber. Hashtag cannibalism. Hashtag jokes. Yeah, I gotta set up stuff for that. Mouth. Wait. I like the face I make when I say shove him up your booty. Or cannibalism works. I'm like trying to get yeah. First thing I've done to leave my house in a while. Yeah. I can go to places. I got ideas. I'm gonna go take a quick piss break though, because I gotta go pee. We hear have music. I'll be right back. It's called cannibalism, not can't-I-ballism. It's valid. That's valid, honestly. Ugh, I'm back. That's doing way too strong. Oh right, that's what I was doing. I was looking into creating the glass effect. Sliding down my a bump map and displace it and what? What's this? That's not loading. I feel like they just made it transparent, which is not what I want. My lows. I don't like that either. Da Vinci frosted glass text effect. Oh! Ah! This is not Paycheck game, guess what game I'll be procrastinating with? Blueprints. Because I want to play that game. Yes. How to mask text. How do you do that? Ooh, Oblivion is probably Oblivion. How's Oblivion? Speaking of paychecks, if any of you want, Elaine will soon be doing a charity live stream, I think. Gonna kidnap some more goblins. Woo! Hi, Soviecto! Hello! Heyo! Okay, how do I do... Okay, so wait. Uh-huh. So... Yo, this is a lot of work! But I need someone to do a charity live stream for me. It's called a GoFundMe, buddy, and then you stream. Okay, so... Oh boy. Okay, we're going into Fusion. Okay, and then we... Okay, yep, I did it. No work, only money, bro. That's why they think Gen Z lazy. I just watched a Papa Me video about it. And then we're gonna pop into our colors panels, okay? Hold on, I realize you can use it to the tour. Okay. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? What are you doing? Is there a bug in my office? What are you doing? Why are you chasing? It feels like you're chasing a bug in my office. What are you doing? I'm just gonna not look. I'm just not looking. I'm just not looking. If that's what she's doing, that's what she's doing. Okay, how come it's not showing up? He just mentioned why it's not showing up. Okay. Oh, what are you chasing? What did you catch? What are you fighting? You're freaking me out. What are you doing? Bro, what is it? I'm scared to look. Hold on. I gotta look. What are you fighting? What is happening? What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? Did you kill it? Did you get it? Did you get it? Please tell me you got it. Did you get it? Did you get it? What is it? What is it? What is it? Moira, what is it? Moira, what is it? Moira, what is it? What is it? No. Ah! Ah! I don't know what it is! Oh, it's a fly! Oh my god, you're chasing a fly. Oh my god, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Do I just let you do this? Do I just let you have this? I don't know. Flies are gross though. Yeah, I'm just gonna pretend, you know, I'm just gonna let her do her thing. Do I just let her? Are you allowed? Can cat? Is it okay if my cat tries to catch a fly? Is it generally okay if your cat tries to catch and eat a fly? Okay. Okay. Google said it's okay. Google said it was okay. Google said it was fine. I know that. I don't know, do I just let her have it? Okay, I need to close my office door so she can keep chasing it. Where is it? Don't whine like you don't know where it is. You're an apex predator. You get it. I'm gonna close the door so you can keep getting it, okay? Okay, now it's trapped in here with you and me, okay? So you can... I believe in you. Jesus Christ. Okay. She's hunting it. She'll get it. She'll get it. I'll let her do her thing. Okay. Oh, I got a message, Pixels. Is it okay for Moira to catch a fly? Okay. I don't know if she's still... Is she still in hunting mode? Okay. There's a code red. Fly has infiltrated the barrier. It's okay. Cat got it. Cat will get it. I believe in her. It's like a fat... It's a bit of a fat fly, too. She's on the hunt again. It went missing, but... She's on the hunt. I closed the door to my office so she can... It's in here, probably. Okay. Okay, so Control T. Okay. Hi, Sachiko! How are you? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Wait. Control H? Wait. Oh, it's Shift H. Shift H. Aw, thank you. I saw your Golden Week art. I love it. I wanted to do high key if I was a big girl, I would try to get Golden Week art, but I'm shy and I'm poor. But I saw your Golden Week artwork. It looks really nice. VTubing and nothing new to tell, just vibing and passing the time for a bit. Understandable. I hope we can have a comfy environment for you to just chill. I'm trying to make a thirst trap of my VTuber. Okay, so wait, what the fuck did he just do? Oh man. Okay, so wait. I'm gonna do a key. I'm gonna click on the qualifier. Click is at the white of the letter. Shift H. Okay. 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 But like, I did that, but I don't have the... I don't have the thing like he does. Where's this thing? How do they do that? 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 Qualifying? The party with you. Oh wait, clean black, clean. Oh, it's just right here. Clean black is 5. Okay. And then we're gonna invert the mask. Okay. Yeah. Denoise it just a little bit so the edges are smooth. There's no denoise! There's no denoise, what do you mean? I think it's the blur radius. So we're gonna do the blur radius. Oh no, there was a denoise. Meow! Meow! Yo, what's up? Did you catch it? Did you get it? Did you do it? I'm very proud of you if you did. I believe in you if you have it. I believe in you. You got this, girl. Mama loves you. Oh wait, this is not the video. Okay. Okay. So wait, if I watch this now, I go. Didn't do it. Why didn't it do it? I don't think this is what I wanted. Just not gonna lie, it was a pain doing the window lighting with the rainy effects. That's understandable. Hi, Shadow. What? 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 Did you find it? Did you kill it? Did you do a good job? Did you get it? I'm proud of you if you did. I believe in you if you didn't. Keep hunting. I want a dead fly somewhere, okay? I believe in you. The door's closed, so you can't leave. How to put text behind a moving object. How to add text into a video. Moira's so vocal today. It's because she found she got her brain got activated by the her brain got activated by the fly. And now she's like, Mom, where is it? And I'm like, I don't know, dude. This isn't my area of expertise, man. This is your. She's got. Yeah. Yeah? Oh my goodness, yeah? Did you find him? Did you do a good job? Where are you? Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Yeah! You find him? No, not yet. Okay. You got free reign over the room, so I believe in you, okay? Yeah, I believe in you. Mama believes in you. Yeah. Yeah. You want more scritches? You're doing such a good job. Being my little exterminator. Yeah, such a good girl. Yeah, look at you. Such a long beam. Good job. Good job. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. You gotta put your collar back on. It's Monday. I take her collar off on the weekends. Because I feel like it's a nice break from having the collar. Moira, everything eyeing her true enemy. The jester figure. Nah. Did you find it? What's happening? Okay. She reminded me that my nephew turned 5 months today. He's been making the same noises. What do you mean? Has your nephew been meowing? Oh, what happened to my video? Hold on. I have to relaunch DaVinci. I have to do other things. Yes? Yeah? Yeah, is that how you feel? Oh my goodness, is that how you feel, my love? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Mask video to text DaVinci. Yeah? Is he gonna do the same thing that... This is different. Yeah. Oh, it does do it. Okay. Pog. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So distraught. Go find him. I believe in you. I believe in you, Batcat. Okay, let me... Okay, I have to relaunch DaVinci, and then we also need to do some scripting today. Good eye. And I know I saved some TikToks for Happy Talk this week. We're gonna do the dandelion. The dandelion. This lady found a dandelion. Oh no, I'm copying this. Oh, this guy's shimmy was so good. And in case you haven't heard, a shimmy a day will keep the sadness away. So be sure. What? Oh, close the door. What? Do you want to have a conversation about this cat? Okay, bye. Okay, maybe you can open the door. There was like a medium-sized fly. You can come in. It's fine. She's already lost it. There was a fly in here. It was about this big. Mm-hmm. She was hunting them, and it was freaking me out because for a second I thought it was another moth. And I was like, God damn! And then she started chasing him, and then I was like, okay, I'll close the door so that way it stays in here. But I think she might have got him, or he's hiding really well, and she can't find him, and she's upset about it now. Yeah.
She's either like be proud of me, or she's like, God damn it.
Which I have been repeating. I am proud of you. I am proud of her. If she's found it, if she hasn't, I believe in her. I'm giving her the positive mantras as a mother should, for her strife, and yeah.
Understandable.
So. Yeah. Thanks for the snack. Do another cat video, guys. Just open a crack. I think that fly is either dead or gone, so.
Yeah. Or
yeah, because last time she saw it, it was like over there. And then she just couldn't find it again, so. But she was beating it up in that corner pretty tough, so. Yeah.
You did it?
Yeah, she did it. Medium-sized fly. It was a medium-sized fly. It wasn't a fat fly. By any means. It was just a fly. I don't think I did a cat video about this one. Nothing as well. I gotta add a comment. I'm just gonna type "do you agree?" That's it. That's it. No context. Okay. This guy's video. Getting my hindsight. Read it and I understand. So stick to me. What if I click this? Yes, baby. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, yeah? Yeah, how you feel? Oh my god. Yeah. Coworking. Wall. So. I can't spell. Nightmare. Dandelion. I'll send something to somebody. Let's do this one. This is the wrong one. I think it might be easier to do it the other way. Oh my god, is Jersey BZ streaming today? Is the Jersey BZ streaming today? I don't actually know. I'm time for Twitch to have his chat iPad. Meow. What's up, little baby? Oh, stay busy, so. Let's see, close. Pink, oh, Gordy pink. A fierce pink. I don't know how often caramel comes up in the queue. It's because I keep restarting my playlist. Because I'll keep restarting my playlist over and over again because I like this set of songs. One. Alright. What was I doing? Oh, I was doing Vibin stuff. A dandelion. What? Oops. 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 What's happening? I don't know what's happening. I don't know what I'm doing. Also, I realized when I have screen toggle, I really gotta get that mini to go away. Let's see, filters. Add a move source. This will be the mini. The mini. Let's build a toggle. Yeah, filters are better in my opinion. We should keep doing filters. Angels up in the clouds, jealous that we found. Hub. So now if it is. What? That doesn't do what I want it to do. I should. What? That is so heavenly. Oh. There we go. There you go. You good, Momo? You doing okay? Where'd you go? I think she's under. I think she's under my puzzle table. Nature's amazing. What is this? Whoa, look at him go. Is he on an alligator or something? Oh no, I think he's just standing there and then the waves are coming towards him. Oh, that makes sense. I thought he was riding on an alligator. This is going to be shimmy. Close back. Download. Nope, I need that video. And then this is a dandelion. Okay, wait, what was this video? The first video was about... is the dandelion, yeah. I was curious how long you would believe in Turbo Bird. I just thought it was like riding on something. But, I mean, they must have strong ass legs, high key though. Never really thought about it. Take me to the beach, huh? The mountains. Oh my god, I have the hiccups. Ah! Yeah, I'm good, Moira. Mountains. Where's my wrecking ball kitty? It'd be easier just to click on the video. Did Moira just bless you? Yeah, she did. She doesn't like it when I sneeze. I think she associates me sneezing with being sick. Because the only other time, like, I've seriously, like, sneezed around her is when I was, like, bedridden sick with COVID. So she doesn't like it when I sneeze. But I'm gonna be sneezing more because they're power washing all of the apartment buildings and it's kicking up, like, dust and shit in the air. Sorry, that was me blowing my nose. One of my birds has a bless you chirp. That's so cute! You're cute. Yeah. She's very distraught that she doesn't know where this fly is, though. She's very much looking at me like, Mom, where is it? Okay, so, nature never ceases to amaze. As this TikTok user found this dandelion on the ground. Ain't it strange? Regardless, though, I love dandelions. I think they're cute, and I think they get a bad rep because people call them weeds. Wait, how long is this video? Because the other day I like over talked through a video. Like I talked for too long and the video was too short. It's a 20-second long video. It's like, okay, never ceases to amaze as this TikTok user found this dandelion on the ground. Ain't it strange? Regardless, though, I love dandelions. I think they're cute, and I think they get a bad rep because people call them weeds. It's like 10 seconds. I think that's fine. I love dandelions. I think they're cute, and you can make wishes with their babies. And I think they get a bad rep because people call them weeds. Yeah. Next up is this show of pure skill from this little orange man, little orange cat. Okay. I was auto-correcting out loud. Next up is the show of pure skill from this little orange cat who can... When I hear this song, now I think about Lane's stream. Good. I love this song. I specifically have a playlist now for songs that are just about loving someone. It's called I Love You, and I have maps, and I have chest pain. This hurting, my feet can't go out of bed. I want to do a cover of this song. Oh, so I lay here instead with my symptoms of sorrow. This little orange cat who can turn himself into a whole wrecking ball. Best watch out before this guy flattens you. So cute. That video is pretty short though, huh? Is Rickroll on the playlist? I can add it. It's only 5 seconds. Next up is a show of pure... Okay, wait. Next up is a show of pure skill from this little orange cat who can turn himself into a whole wrecking ball. Best watch out before this guy flattens you. 15, 8... Hold on. 15 minus 8. 7 seconds? How long is this video? 5 seconds? I can say it faster. Look at that tuck. And again, actually, that song played when I went to like Safeway yesterday, and that song played. It was Never Gonna Give You Up, and I was vibing. I was dancing in the store. I love her. I love. Also, hi, Fruit. I'm sorry if I didn't say hi right away, but hi. I need more hydration. My brain is dying. Every time you say jammin' like that, I think you mean Jamin, our old professor, and it makes me confused for like 5 seconds, I'll be honest. Finally. Dun, dun, dun. And in case you haven't heard yet, it did work. It's now prescribed that stop. You're the rules, and so do I. It's now prescribed that you exercise your 1 shimmy a day to keep those sad thoughts at bay. I mean, just look at this guy go. Like you got cure heavy raw doses of dopamine week, and I hope wanna play it, and if you ask me how I'm feeling, wanna to, I'm gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, gonna hunt around and desert you. That's a fucking funny thing to pause on. Hurt you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you. Thank you. Okay, how do I want to change my cursor back. Why is it not changing it back? Hold on. Oh, it's because it's control, isn't it? Or is it shift? Alt? Or it's shift? Should I shift 1? Oops. There we go. I fixed it. Is your cursor a crayon? It can be a crayon, it can be a crayon, it can be a mouse, it can be a stylist, and it can be a pencil. I just keep forgetting what the hotkeys are for it. I tell you how I'm feeling. That's so cool. Thank you. If you ever want one like it, like if you wanted something specific, like let me know. I'd be happy to make one for you. I'm gonna make you cry. I was gonna make this. This is something I was gonna put on my shop though. I just haven't gotten around to it. I need to put that on my list to do. I don't have my to-do list open. So cool. Yeah, of course. I'd be happy. Like, because then I could have like a portfolio for it, and then I could make them for people as a commission. I'm free. Yippee! Oblivion time. art to do. Jake the dog. Post free mouse asset. It's okay, I got you. I got you. Wait. Oh fuck, it's not. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I got you. Damn. But yeah, I have 2. I like love. I'm a resub on my payday. That means a lot, Noble. Thank you. Want that emote? I could make you that emote. I have this I love you playlist, specifically songs where they say I love you and it's got a specific vibe. And then I also have, what is it? I think love songs. Wait, really? Yeah, I'd be happy to. I have love songs. These are all like classic love songs. But they don't have fucking I don't want to set the world on fire anymore, and that makes me upset. Hold on. Let me get that again. So I want that song. No. Hang on. Yeah, just DM me, Noble, and then I'll remember to do it. I've never done a little blob man, a little slime man, so I think that'd be fun. I think it'd be fast too, which is gonna be fucking funny. So yeah, I could do that probably today. If I wanted to. Why does this not have an underscore? I do have it on my VGen. Okay, so today is gonna be May 5 to May 11th, I think. Yeah, 11th. There you go. She might not say it otherwise. I was just trying to be nice. Do a little. I just could do a little, like, fun thing, you know? Start by date. There's a big. It's gotta be below. Okay, and then we gotta get this video. A dandelion. And then, oh shit. There she goes again. Okay, there we go. I'll just even it out. Export. Get used to the fact that I actually fixed all these folders. I'm organized. Okay. Okay, so I have to uncheck all these because I forgot to do that. I forgot to post the YouTube short. I did the YouTube VOD today. The YouTube short today is gonna be just the club clipping thing, I think is my plan. I also want to post it to Insta. I want to see what happens if I post it to Insta too. I don't feel I ignore like dreaming. They're more like us. Dang. I just want to copy this. I ignore my dreaming. They're more like us. A funny POV. Oh, I forgot. I forgot a thing. Oh, fuck. God dang it. I have to download this video. Exit. I have to download this video and send it to myself. I want to delete it. Delete forever. Because it doesn't have the audio. I just have to send it to myself. This, my phone's dying. Chat, my phone. I keep forgetting to plug my phone in. I don't know what this is. Do they know what it is? Hiding. I don't feel I ignore feeling. They're more like us. It's all too much. Oh my god, Womble's streaming? Oh my god. I didn't know Womble was streaming today. He's streaming on TikTok. Okay, now I can send it to myself. I could fall too much in Elaine's brain. Away. I need to be great. No, I'll just put it in the downloads. Guys, do you want to apply to an agency? Oh, I have to see in my emails if I already applied, actually. Hold on. I want to apply for a management agency. And I have to check if I have or not. It doesn't look like it. Okay. I can't feel not waiting. This is good. What's it doing? It's doing something. I already forgot what I was doing. Nope, I remember what I was doing. I'm applying for an agency. That's what I'm doing. I'm applying for a management agency. Because that'd be cool. Contact. Whether you're an aspiring talent. Okay, I can show you guys this. Alright, guys. A manifest. Hold on, we gotta manifest. Hold on. We gotta listen to our manifestation songs while we play this. Okay. Alright. It's dedicated. Okay. Whether you are an aspiring talent looking to kickstart your career or brand seeking partnership opportunities, our team at Harrods is dedicated to assisting you every step of the way. Feel free to reach out to us and we'll be back to get back to you promptly. If you're interested in being managed by our company, be sure to include your social media links so we can get to know your work and connect with you. Okay. My name. This is my name. This is my email. Looking for talent looking for management. Alright, we're gonna do twitch.tv/maincoow. Meow! 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 We having a good conversation? I don't know how to speak cat. I'm hoping I have a good conversation with you. Oh, should we do the www dot? Gotta do my TikTok too, chat. Gotta do TikTok too. They want everything, chat. I don't think this is necessary. Twitter profile. This is a company, by the way, in case you guys don't know who Hairs is, they are the company that manages talents such as Nekomiki and hold on. Yeah, they had this girl. Phoenix, Hazumi, Alien, Nekomiki, and Camilla Bombit. And I love Nekomiki and Camilla Bombit, so be pretty cool. Fansly. Hold on. Profile. This one. And then our Patreon, which we have to work on. Cause I don't even, oops. Internet, don't be spicy with me. Okay. Hi. My name is Elaine. Do I have to put my real name? My legal name? I don't know. I don't think so. Hold on. Maybe I do. Hold on. AKA, and then this. / maincoow. Indie. Looking. / branding. I've been kidding. Super analytical towards anything. Repeated streamer. Streams a variety of art. My vibes are I swear. I love to management. Creator, appreciate your time, help, and consideration. Alright. Submitted. It's been submitted, chat. Now we go back to what we were doing. Okay. Right, this. Club clippings. I need to copy it from here. Part 1, and then copied too many things. Gotta recopy this guy. Tags. New games, Twitch streamer, mouth. I just wanted mouth. Handle. Works for me. POV, funny, silly, VTuber clips. Lines that you made in bed days I've forgotten. Is it all you need? Did them the same way you look at me. This one, next. Public, dash. We'll say that I'm the only one. Could you mean that I'm the closest one around? Okay, alright. I like the way it sounds. I gotta do both of these today. Okay. Fuck, what are we doing for a roll for fun this week? It's like the next. Like, these are like the harder ones. Like, once I figure it out, I'm fine. It's just depending on what it is. Ooh, Coca-Cola streaming. Okay, what is Coca-Cola streaming? What they do? Oh, Ellie's streaming too. Oh my god, I have to say hi in their chat. Where's Yoki Coley? Where's Yoki Coley? Where's Yoki Coley? Where is Yoki Coley? Where is the Yoki Coley? Where is it? There they are. I just had to refresh. Let me just pin them. Working. Love y'all. I can't, y'all. I can't. I did not. Did I just? Yeah, okay. The fuck? Borderlands 4 has a Butterfing collab? Like Final Fantasy? Hello. Clicked on Miss Lala, but I meant to click on someone else. Someone else streaming. It was Ellie. I wanted to click on Ellie. Hold on. What the fuck? Did she just end? Oh, she just ended! No! She just ended! That's why it sent us to Lala! Ah! That's fine. That's fine. That was funny. It's okay. It's funny. Vibin Shine number 19. Damn it. And summer, look at them, they're so cute. It mean that I'm the closest one around. What am I doing? Guys, I keep forgetting what I'm doing. I mean nothing, you say that I'm because you like the way. I need to do this. I need that. I need to instead of Twitch clip, let's just do skit. And I'm going, for the sake of one video a day, I gotta change some stuff around. Changing Wednesday to Sunday. It's a Sunday save, so it's gonna be a Sunday thing instead. So edit dates. I'm gonna make this for Sunday, save. Yeah. And then this one will be for next Monday, because I don't want to post on Sundays. The 12th. Yeah, that's fine. We gotta edit that. Save. Twitch, are you okay? I'm worried about Twitch. Twitch, are you okay? Can someone type something in chat? Is my Twitch okay? I feel like it's being a bit bumkissed, because it just reconnected me to chat twice. So I was a little worried there for a second. Save. This is the 10th. You get something. Thank you, Buffy. Edit dates. This is next Tuesday. I know who I want to do. I think. No, I don't. I'm a liar. There ain't nothing but your perfume. I love you. Take me an offer I can refuse. Edit dates. This is my Friday. Save. Oh. Friday. Save. Oh, a knife. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. Okay, just clear that so I know I'm good. VODs. Got Fridays, which was the May 2nd. VODs 2025. I say that, but it doesn't look like it. Yeah, this was Tuesday. May 1st? May 2nd. May 1st was a Wednesday. Pretty sure that's right. I'm pretty sure I did that right. Yeah, because it was rigging BLT. So as long as the video has me rigging BLT, we're good. And then, what's up, gamer? Hi, Oceanic Pears. I don't know why I always say your name fully. Like, I realize I don't have to say it fully every time. But, like, I hope you're having a great day. Hi. Hi. Okay, so I have to do that. And I want to look up one more thing. VR, how to connect Twitch chat while in VR. To use a tool like open VR. I think I'm doing Gucci. Just walked the pups for like 2. Damn, that's a good ass walk. Tips for streaming VR. You can read your chat in VR. Now I'd be studying for Japanese. I believe in you, soldier. You got this. OVR toolkit. This is a paid app, but it allows you. Do I have the OVR toolkit? I thought I had that. This is a desktop overlay. What? In library, it says I have this. I have this. Why are we in space? What space? Space what? This is a paid app, but allows you to overlay any window you want in VR. I would recommend just using Steam VR, though. This gives you a bit more control. Your mic? Oh, fuck. Is it doing the thing again? Is that better? Did I fix it? No, I'm not trying. I didn't even touch my microphone. Is it okay now? If not, I just have to unplug and replug in my mic, I think. Nope, okay. There we go. It should be better now. Open VR, input captures. This is a bit outdated. Oh, sweet. It did. Yeah, I think it happened last time. It's been happening a lot more recently. Not really sure why, but yeah. Nope, still the same. Fuck! Now. What about now? Is it good now? I'm gonna try a few things first. My languages. Okay, we should be good now. Hopefully. The option to integrate directly with Twitch to get your chat. They also updated it to get way smooth first-person camera, which is better for viewers. This is also used for mixed reality, which is pretty complicated stuff. So I should be using Live, right? Let's see the ratings. Should reinstalling video control panel. I think that fixed it. Cool. cool. I hope so. Yeah, I don't know. Please, please don't tell me I need a new microphone. I can't afford a new microphone. If somebody wants to buy me a microphone, then I'm not gonna say no. But I think we all pour in this household, so it's okay. Super reverb and tiny. Yeah, I don't know. That's what happens sometimes. It's the software. You think it's the Elgato software? Or do you think it's my, like, mic software? Maybe, wait, maybe Wavelength has an update. I bet you it has an update. Check for updates. You're up to date. Never mind, I lied. One second you're just a person wildly swinging your arms, and the next you're a saber-wielding legend inside the game. If I get you a mic, it would be a dollar store. Valid. Could be both. Fighting, strange, just randomly happening in the middle of stuff. Yeah, it happened to me in the middle of, playing video games on Saturday. Is that what it's called? Live? This one. Add to library. Okay, yeah, because I'm going to be using my index, so I'll figure the index stuff out. At some point. Okay. My brain's like doing things, but it's not doing anything at the same time, and I'm very confused. Okay, so we did the YouTube short. Roll for fun, we need to pick a game to talk about. That's my wish list. Thank you for the lurk, Zach. Why did my thing not work? Sammy! Oh, it's because I think it's because I didn't allow empty wildcard. Oh! If statement. Oh, this is the wrong one. If statement. It triggers allow empty. If arg equal 0, then this. We'll miss you, and then else do that. So if we just do lurk. Edit triggers, allow empty wildcard. Save. If okay, wait. Okay, I'm gonna ask him. Hi, baby. Okay. The anomaly project. What is this? Does it have a demo? It doesn't. Options. Does it have a demo? Just put if they do lurk doing something. Says B. I started it, I think. Copy button. Oh. Oh god. Okay, yeah, no, that works. Okay. Gamblers, we did that one. I want to do a whole thing about Dream BBQ. And I don't want to do lurk bait because I don't have that game, so I'd feel like an asshole playing, like, trying it and then not. I'd feel weird. I'd feel weird trying it but not, like, talking about it but not owning it. We could go and talk about Deep Space Emporium.
Welcome to Deep Space Emporium.
Because we did play this. I would just have to find when I played it. That's not a bad... We didn't do Deep Space Emporium, right? No, we didn't. Okay. Deep Space Emporium. Deep Space Emporium. Hey. Hey, you. Hey, you. You're not smuggling any illegal space junk, are you? No. Well, that's what you'll be avoiding. Oh, wait, hey, Chuck, are you? Hey, come back. Squisho me is smuggling space junk. Okay. That's what you'll be avoiding in Deep Space Emporium. And then we'll look up Deep Space Emporium on SteamDB. Emporium. Oh, wait, that is the lurk one, isn't it? Okay. As an added challenge, if you want, we could somehow get the message user to replace things like the word my with your. Be cool, but most like if it's too hard. Okay. Let's do this. Where's the logo? Is it this one? Okay. Video editing. Artists roll for fun. Okay, we'll have to finish. We'll finish the baby no money thing after we finish this. Space Emporium. That's all I need that for. That's a lie. That's a lie. I need it. And then let's see if it's on Keymailer. Anxiety, yeah. Okay, no. It's not. Can I get like a tall version? Dream. Maybe the other one will be big enough. This guy. In 3, 2, 1. Anxiety inside me. Going backwards today, chat. Anxiety over me. Copy image. Give me affinity. Anxiety. It was in here. Anxiety, oh. Anxiety, oh, I keep inside. Roll for fun. So it's 26. Bombarded in the clear water. Waters. It's in the clear water. I have too many things open. Okay. So this guy. Deep Space Emporium. Okay, Deep Space Emporium is a gritty shopkeeping sim and sets in the depths of the sprawling space. As a farmer, scavenger, turned merchant, you trade in goods of varying legality, all the while face right. Oh God! Navigate and divide society, balance fashion. I quite like. This game reminds me a lot of Papers, Please, along with, but with more space themes. I got to try out the demo, during last Steam Next Fest. And it was pretty addicting. I really, I enjoyed the, inventory management. So write it out what you want is. Let me see you lurk doing something. Yes. Actually, no. Enjoy the inventory management and the colorful variety of NPCs, while also following a somewhat mysterious storyline. Nigerian Prince can. Is it out? No, but it's coming out this year. If you want to try this game for yourself, there is currently a demo out with a planned release date of this year. So add it to your Steam Wishlist today. Okay, not bad, not bad, not bad. Me, insert image and cell. Okay, so now they do have a video. Save video as. Save. And then we are gonna go back to. Did I get any keys for any games I want to talk about? Oh. This one looks cool. Project Varai. Wait, it's a visual novel with elements of a horror and psycho thriller where you take on the role of Haika, a reclusive girl who dreams about escaping her depressive routine and improving her life. Not bad. I'd be interested in it. Take over. Let's search it to see what people think about it. Let's see, Rikai animation. It looks cool. It looks cool. I'd be interested in doing a video on that. What is Siege Caster? What is this? No. That's this one. Me. The Lost Glitches. Oh, it's like a Hearthstone like. It's like a, but it's a cyberpunk world. Maybe. I don't really feel like I'm into this one. Kitchen Wars. Not really into that one either. Bro, You Survived actually looks kind of fun. But I'd have to find people to play that one with. Hobbycat, what's this one? Oh, it's this game! It's this game. I think I've seen some people play this. Campaigns? What's this? Oh, it's a game expo. Okay. Okay, we have a few games for the coming weeks. Thank you, GPAP. And then I have to go to the restroom. It's for lunch, but it's killer kickback. Serving up a Big Mac. Gone serving in the Pentagon. Okay, this is going to be space, scavenger, merchant, cyberpunk, papers, please, demo, Steam. I do Steam. Okay, I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I'm back, bitches. Hope you missed me. If you didn't, what the fuck? Alright, cool. I have to burp. I have a burp in my system. Edit triggers allow. Steam next fest occurred. Genuinely enjoyed. I don't want to forget to cover it. Definitely try out Emporium. Nope. Got in too deep. Change cover. Think I'm bonke. Somebody just did for free. Save. Edit. Change cover. Boop. I didn't go back to SteamDB though. SteamDB! Because I compared it to a game and I want to add that in there. Papers, please. There's a logo. There you go. Save. This is performance greedy shopkeeping, some set in the depth of conversations, performance carriage, merchant, trade, and goods of. Why isn't my. Okay, you know, I'm putting it on it. Okay. Blah. Okay. Art tips. I'm gonna pin this so I don't keep looking at it. Oh, I'm gonna post it on Institute to see what happens. Instagram. Gamponke, so mine just it for free. Why if there's something crazy about me? Post. Good thing I didn't delete it yet. Next. Just gonna remove that one just in case. Sure. Base. Dirty stinking base. Big dirty stinking base. Okay. This time we're looking at what? Is it broken? So we're doing this one this week. Okay. I'll take off on the next way. Edit labels. And this is gonna be Emporium. And then this one will be Graffito. And then let's do let's do Rin. Do Rin. I'll DM her. Like scoot this down. You know, baby, I don't need no heroin. Nope. I need no heroin. Playlists. B-stars. Okay, I haven't. So I gotta undo this. Because I have to catch up. Yeah. So I could go to... Yeah. Copy. Triggers. Work. Hello. Oh. Okay. Shake it for me, girl. Love you, girl. Shake it for me, girl. Okay, so my plan is to do infinite for this one. Hi. Yeah, it's stuck on Boffy's message. That was the last one. Boffy put that, and I was kind of stuck on it. Because it's an invalid argument, I guess. I don't really know. I did love more, more VTuber artists. Oh, who would be cool to do Mads? Mads would be cool. Let's do Moxie. Glooma Blue. Let's do Moxie. The farm is on. What are we on? We're on Tiefling Melissa for this, aren't we? Yeah. Dudes get hold and you get to know when you get to know when you guys through and what to do. I gotta DM them. Chat. I messaged them on Twitter. Hi. I was just wondering if I could TikTok on just you being cool, because you're cool and an artist. Anyone on Cynical? Cynical. I need to update this list. Oh, girl, shake it for me. Who's she following? Follows me. Yippee. I like Mad's one. Mad. Akuda. Akuda would be cool. Things would be cool. I don't remember if they're an artist or not, though. So I'm just going to put them on the other one. Whoop. What a lurk to get stuck. I know, right? Oh, Squidgy 3D would be cool. Yeah, it won't do the lurk for just a singular lurk, but it'll do the lurk for if you put a message after it. It doesn't want the lurk by itself. Howlet. Howlet I want to put in V-stars. Oh my god, Mandy is so one of the people that I want to do Mall Dummy. Yes. Oh wait, that one's in here. Oh, I haven't done one on Big Nose Bug either. I could just go through RAR XD and just do all of their people. Yeah, they commented on stuff here. Right, yeah. Yeah, okay, now it works. I don't know. RAR XD members. Dr. Kiki be cool. Is Dr. Kiki an artist, though? 2D mono bell beeps. Ooh, I want to do Jules. Jules. I don't think I did a video on Jules. Artist. Give me all the artists. Give me Big Nose Bug. Twitch tag. Yeah, put them on V-stars. Ando for sure. Artist. Okay, cool. I think we got a good list going. Okay. I just used RAR XD's like just people list. That'd be great. Okay. And then today we're doing for our V highlight, we're doing Gloomy Blue. It needs to go here. Save. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Delete button. Okay. Now let's try it. Lurk. Save. Okay. Howdy do. Is it not working? What? Oh. What? Oh! Okay, so now if I do the lurk, if I just do lurk. I edited it, right? Howdy do. Miss you, but have fun. Howdy do. Why didn't it grab my name? Well, it doesn't have user anymore. Trigger data. Chat message. Username as user. Save. Look, good meme. Good meme. So that works. But the lurk by itself still doesn't work. So wait. Thank you for okay, so that fixed that. But the lurk by itself still isn't working. Yeah, the first one isn't working. Do you want me to resend it to you? Just let me know. Well, I look up what fuck Skifragato means. Skifragato is an artistic and decorative technique in scratching. Painting technique. And we're at top of the layer. I don't want that. Yeah, let's do this one. Skifragato is an artistic technique that's been used since ancient times. Shapes and colors is what I think about when I think about that. Okay. Only you're back from the pleeples before I do shit. I probably am gonna do it anyway, and I don't think anybody can stop me. But I still like to ask for permission anyway, so we'll do our tips. Skifragato. How do I create Skifragato? Art. Why I choose Skifragato? SGRAFFITO in historical art. Skifragato originally in Italy and was used to decorate buildings and palace facades. This is not a painting technique! I don't think it is, at least. It's more like a pottery technique. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay. So... Okay. My brain is braining. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of, it reminds me of this. So, insert shapes and colors audio. Ahem. How I felt about learning about this week's art technique, known as graffito. How do we say this word? How do you say this word? Graffito? Scraffito? How we doing today, everyone? Hi, Knights! I'm good. I'm learning math. Not math. I'm learning art. Art. Which, in a way, sometimes can be math. Croissant. Scraffito. 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 Oh, art. That's a lot better. I know, right? Who likes math? Fuck math. Okay. So, Scraffito. Images. I use birds. I use pot. Or I use pot. I learned I needed glasses. I look a lot different, especially after my first haircut. After my first haircut, that's valid. I mean, as you grow, you're gonna change, and as you change, you're gonna look different. I hope you don't need glasses all the time, though. I hope it's like only sometimes. But if you do need glasses all the time, I bet you look good in glasses, so it's okay. You know? Slightly better frame of mind. I do. I've needed them for years, but I've neglected to go to the eye doctor. No, that's valid. My mom does the same thing. I do the same thing. I just get lazy because they're going to tell me the same shit. Because I have high pressure behind my eyes, and they're like, you're going to get tunnel vision very early in life. And they've said that ever since I was a baby, and I don't have tunnel vision. I naturally have high pressure behind my eyes. But I mean, like, I understand why they're worried, but I don't need to hear the same thing 50 times over. Especially because I don't have consistent health insurance. How do I pronounce it? Scraffito? Scraffito is an artwork when you scratch away layers of colors. The artist means to scratch. The technique involves scratching through a top layer of paint or clay to reveal underlying. Okay, so that's how I Scraffito. This originated in Italy. What did it say? Origin, process, materials. History? Graffito means scratch. It evolved in Italy during the Renaissance and has been used in architecture, pottery, and other decorative arts. Originally, Italy was developed during the Renaissance and mainly used on the decorative arts. Oh. Oh. Delete button. Paste button. Time, baby. Work. Oh. Save. Why is it not? Save, okay. Woo! Wait, still saying how to find. Add. Yeah, to pull trigger data. It's gonna be user. And then it needs Twitch chat message. Username. Needs to be on top. I didn't click save. There we go. Save. All good now. Alright. Okay, I already did that. Insert image, and cell. This guy, this guy. Videos. Ooh, this one's a demo. I like this one. My hand hurts. Change. Dun, 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 dun. To notice how I get quiet when there's no one else around. You in awkward silence. What is the black scratchy paper called? What is this? What is black scratchy paper called? Okay. This originating in Italy. Originating in Italy. This technique was developed during the Renaissance era and mainly used on architecture, pottery, and decorative arts. I'm breaking down the specifics of Sgraffito. Thank you for the boob. We learned breaking down. It's simply breaking down the specific Greco. It comes from involves scratching through the top layer of paint or clay to realize it's right, and the results. Okay. Breaking down the specifics of Sgraffito. It involves scratching through the top layer of paint or clay to reveal an underlying layer and create patterns on designs. Often, the results of this create a beautiful and unique artwork that showcases depth and texture. If you wanted to see a simpler and probably more accessible way to practice this type of art technique would be to get what is this? Was it called scratch art? Scratch paper? Scratch paper. Videos. Okay, cool. A simpler and probably more accessible way to practice this type of thing would be to get to use scratch paper. You know, that black paper that would reveal rainbows of color underneath that you'd get as a kid. That exact thing is a perfect example of using Scruffito. Traditional scratch art, Italy, Renaissance. Then I need these. Oops. And lead that guy. And then little street pottery. Originally in Italy. And then she had some images like this. Soshito in Italy. I don't know where that downloaded. Frick. Of course, okay. So you go here. Okay. Abracadabra, abra unana. Oh wait, no. Oh, yep, that guy. This is gonna go into the TTS mascot. Oh shit! I have to. There's another thing I gotta check. Let's do it now. It's in my bookmarks. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. On the VOD. I want it. I want one so bad. Never mind. I know if it was free or not. Edit, change cover, upload cover image. Art tips. Grotto in Italy. What to say? Tool size, got a large image. And a new tab. Italian terracotta discovery pit base. Cool. And then I want scratch paper again. Scratch paper. Darkness. What I wanna do. 9. I think that one's fine. Yeah, okay. It was made for you. While looking up traditional techniques, I found one that more aligns, but a fun connection. Recognized from when you were a kid. Okay, cool. Cool. You were made for me. Okay. Oh yeah, this is week of May 5. And then grabbing Gloomy Blue's name again, because I fucking forgot to put it in the right thingy. Save. I realized I probably should have reached out on to Ren on her Twitter. I think I might have. Oh well. Tumblr and Twitch. Oh, it's Gloomy Blue, isn't it now? Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. I love their panels. Maybe I'll work on panels today too. They have an about. Howdy, I'm Moxie. Any pronouns? I'm a digital illustrator, asset creator, encrypted creature from the void. Very freaky core. I stream lots of art. I do look everything. I especially love playing horror games. I just play whatever I feel like. Welcome to the basement. Just don't knock on over the potions and have a good time. Okay. We need art of them. Do 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 do. What is we're just gonna use this one. Boop. Close. Good lord. Okay. If you highlight this one, get enough of you, baby. Can you? And I'll do it, Gloomy Boo. Okay. Boop, boop. 32. Gloomy Boo. I love it more like you. Okay. Hold your mind. I want all the art. Okay, highlight. Back to my place. Fly you out to Amsterdam. So it'll be filled with clips. I want one more piece of art, I think. Any place. I think this one. Clips, all. Like you. Who's alive? 1, 2, 3, 4. This one. Playing games. This one. Okay. Oh, I'm overloading my brain. 1, 2, 3. Oops. Oh. Back to my place. Want this one. I want to get some more like horror games, I think. I think that'd be fun. Alright, cool. I needed their Twitch open. Okay. How's the work going, Cow? Good. It's going good. It's going good. I checked some stuff off my checklist. We did art tips, and now we just need V highlight and V stars left. That's all that's left. I've been doing a lot of like the 3 words, right? Yeah, I have. Let's insert. I had to work on some stuff as well that I've been procrastinating. I'm glad that I could get you out of that procrastinating funk. And I hope you're having fun with it. That's my biggest thing. Because if you're not having fun with it, then I'll be sad. Traditions. I'm just trying to refresh to make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, I totally found I would help them with a VTuber trailer, and well, the lack of inspiration hits me hard. Yeah, dude, that's such a mood. If I'm not inspired by what I'm editing, it's a slog. Horror, cute. I don't know why I don't have digital artist and artist, the artist. This one should be on all of them. This one? This okay, yeah. Yeah, sometimes I can make you a quick edit in seconds if I feel it in my soul, but this is new ground for me. Yeah, that's how it be. That's how it be. Either you're going full force into something new that you like, or it's like something new and you're like, oh, fuck, brother, what the fuck is happening? This self-proclaimed... I can't spell. This self-proclaimed... leave you cackling, inspired by their darling art style. Oh, sorry. I was like, hell yeah, let's get to it. And I was like, where do I use? That's how I felt with a recent commission that I'm working on, which we'll work on a little bit today. Is the little guy? Is the little enshrined guy?
The water's boiling.
Hello. Do your boobs get really itchy when your braid gets in between the crack? Not really. My hair doesn't usually make me itchy unless it's touching the nape of my neck. A lot of the times. And also, it's braided, so it's just kind of a smooth feely. Okay. Yeah, we have to work on this stuff today. Too, which I need to do. I think I'll try to do all the next steps. I don't know though. It's been on my mind. No, that's understandable. But no, it's not really itchy. My hair's not really that itchy most times. Not that one. Not that one. What's the next step? What is the next step? Lock, turn off. This one didn't have anything? What? What is step 3? Oh fuck, I gotta go back into my DMs. Summer and the ride is my harvest time. Decide ingredients. Types of ingredients determine the kind of potion, number of ingredients. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Step 2. 2 shots. Detail and the person jumps into. Number stops on X and pops on the organ. Okay, and then step 3 is person standing in front of a cauldron. Allow them to step 4. Character placing. Oh, it's yeah, it's this. It's this one mixed with him running away, which I don't know if I wrote that down, but yeah, it's okay. So we have you have to have a D20 spin, which I already did, I think, the hard part of it. Wait so long. Yeah, but now I decided to just put all the clips they gave me on the work you see what I can pull off. Hell yeah, I believe in you. I believe in you. You'll make out. You'll pop out some banging. I believe. Time it makes me so proud. Nothing else has worked out. Maybe I've tried other things, nothing can true. Novel that yeah, I at least want to make something they are happy with. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, because like sometimes even if you technically aren't personally happy with it, it's kind of more important that the client's happy with it or your friend or whoever you're doing it for. So it's kind of important to do it that way. I want to play Minecraft. I'm going to play some Minecraft today. Here's the dice. And now we're just going to make them spin, I think is the plan. I think. Okay, and then let's just do an outline like 10, and then we'll just spin it. Yeah, we'll just spin it in the thing. Yeah, so this is the dice. I don't like the colors. I want to switch them. I say as I regret. Okay. So we have the dice. So I need to write what I need to do for this down. These aren't done. So I have to do step 1, which was hunt, shoot animal, cut jungle. Step 2, jump into bush. Step 3, let's jump into bush. Wait. Step 2 and step 3 are mixed. Step 2 is gather fours. Needs to get out of here. So then this is step 2. And then the dice spins. Each other, then we'll both be fine. this guy. And then this is step 3, which will have gathering 4. And gather 4. Number stomps. So, step 3. I gotta take these steps out. Oh no, I'll be there for you. Oh, it's not kind if we had each other. Find a reason to your hand. And then step 1. And then 1, 2, 3. And then we have the dice. And the dice with a number. I don't know what number. We'll do 18. 18. Yeah, it can be black. Say it's 18. This one will have an 18 on it. Cool. This feels wrong. Where's my roll for fun stuff? Back again. Simple way. Your arms are standing, you just fade away. This was why. I'm still standing better than I ever did. Looking like a true survivor, like a little kid. I'm still standing all this time. All the pieces of life without you by my side. I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. And then I was just a servant, and I'm by now. I'm still standing better than I ever did. Looking like a true survivor, looking like a little kid. I'm still standing all this time. Jesus, I love you by my side. Still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Boop, boop. Okay. So now I have 18. Step 1, step 2. This will have step 2 will have this one. Step 3 will have this one. So 3, 18, and then he pops out with the thing. And then step 3 is he's standing in front of the cauldron. And above them is a DC for the potion dice. As the character starts ingredients, the number goes up and the character starts sweating. So the next step would also have a dice above it. I'm standing better than I ever did. Let's do 8. Hold on, let me do it this way. I'm still standing. Yeah. Okay, now should be good. Yeah, and then lock these guys. Turn them off. Okay. And the next one will be him, cauldron, go cauldron. And I'm just gonna do one fix. Okay, so 3, jump in bush. Jump in dice roll. Pop out dice 18. Step 4. Oh, wait, no, wait. Step 4, standing on the cauldron. It stops. And first pops out holding. Dice roll step 3. Okay, step 3 is go cauldron, add ingredients, roll DC higher, DC high. Run away. Run away. And then step 4 is them coming back. Bring back more equipment. Okay. So we did this one. I think I was wrong. Chat. I think I was wrong. Hey ho, out in this way, oh. Okay, I think, yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Yay. Upload image. Okay, wait, we can do this later. Pin. And then go to cauldron, add ingredients. Yeah, so he goes to the cauldron. He adds the ingredients. And then step 4, he runs away. Actually, no, I could just make him pop down and then come back with like books and then beakers and then yeah. Wait, what? Am I doing this wrong? 3, 4. Okay. I think brain is understanding. Okay. Let's finish this stuff first, though. I'm still alive. This self-prank will leave you cackling, as well as inspired by the darling art style. Umi Boo, also known as Moxie, right? There's one on X. Fun and horror loving. Digital illustrator. Fun-loving, fun-loving VTuber who will likely lick everything you own, whether it's working on art commissions, just yapping between each line, their line art, vibe to, you can always expect, chill vibes, no, gremlin vibes, when watching their streams. Are active on Twitter and take commissions here and there for fun, for illustrations, and sometimes even Twitch streams. So be sure to check them out on their socials. And take commissions. They're active on Twitter and even created some fun VTuber design inspired mix teams asset to be sure not to miss out any of their content. Go follow their Twitter and Twitch today. Hi, Mr. Sam. How you doing? Sweet and amazing. So I can't get enough of. I'm good, just vibing. I'm glad. I hope you're having a good Monday. This absolutely sweet and amazing video has an art style I can't get enough of. Support them. They are. Send them your support and send them tons of loving. I want a different word for amazing. Synonym. Astonishing? Stupid, breathtaking, purpose, confident. Astonishing's fine. I am good. I'm just getting through my scripting for the week. Cause I got scripting to do and then I got a commission to work on. There we go. And now we're gonna go stock Rin. Hell yeah. Yeah. I hope if you work today or if you had to go out and work today, I hope it wasn't too much. But if you didn't do too much today, I hope it was a relaxing one. Rin, I need art. I need to steal your art. This one. Give me this one. We will. I worked, then went and got my face drilled by the dentist. Damn. Consensually, though? Did you have a good time? Do your teeth hurt? Lord man's in the meat, it's gonna make around the world someday. I got blood on your face. Big disgrace. Maybe you're been all over the place. It hurty. Oh no! Try to get like a milkshake in or something. That maybe help soothe. Might help soothe. Please. There we go. It's like in her face. Infinite. Social only. I did. What kind did you get? What kind of milkshake did you get? Or smoothie? Was it good? You like it? I'm resting. Hell yeah. That's what I want to hear. You gotta get rest if you're ouchies. Because if you don't get rest when you're ouchies, you're just gonna make it worse. So it's good. I'm glad. Nameplates. And then whole document export. V-stars 8. Save, close this. Speaking of lurk. Okie dokie. Have a good lurk. Have a good lurk. I'm doing thing. I totally remember what I'm doing. Okay, we gotta go to Rin. Gotta grab their YouTube too. Okay. Multi-dimensional like math, but multifaceted like a true born gem. Yes! Multi-dimensional like the math whiz they are, but faceted like the true gem they are. Infinite is a wonderful I like cozy games. Is not only a purple cat girl, but also our favorite math teacher and number one idol. They stream a variety of cozy games, cozy multiplayer and retro. Cozy multiplayer and retro. Variety of cozy multiplayer and retro games over on their Twitch. It's not only their gal pals, but also their husbando on Mondays, I believe. I believe it's Mondays. I could be wrong. Marriage Monday. Yep, I'm correct. I am correct. On Mondays. I got high again. Let's see. I'm doing like 2 singers in a row. Not that I mind. I feel like most singers want to, most VTubers want to get into being a singer. Not too clever, not too fucking dumb. Cause when I cry, it's not time of a month. Math alien that they are. Okay. And calculated looks come from the ever loved Coca-Cola, which I'm trying to decide how I want to do that. Don't make it a job and you ask where the hell I've been. Want to be me, and not alone. I'm too clever, too fucking dumb. Hate it when I cry unless it's that time of the month. So whether they're definitely hop into their stream. If you ever get confused on that math homework that you got. It's due on Friday. Or if you simply just want comforting, a comforting vibe that ceases. Definitely pop into their stream if you ever get confused on that math homework that you gotta do on Friday, or if you simply want a comforting vibe that will happily keep you company. Yeah. Me down, baby, I know what to think of. I don't got things to ask for help. When's it gonna all get better? With a bad guy, I want myself. And be that like is happy that I got to meet Ren every time I've interacted with them. What a sweetheart and a well of knowledge I can't comprehend. Okay. Being sad. Ooh. Something stronger. Ooh. Or if you simply want a comforting vibe from a master Balatro player. I think I'll do this one. I'd like to do this one. And then I'll grab clips. I think is my plan. Change. V stars. This one. Select. AI. An umbrella. Fabulous weather. Dystopian era. Campaign. Clips. Top all. Open like a new tab. Open like a new tab. This one. This one. Nara, glass of champagne. So am I getting? This one. Save. Save. Oh, they played Once Human. I didn't know Ren played Once Human. Save. Save. Close. And then this one. Okay. I think we're good. Labels. Save. Change cover, upload cover image. Beep, beep. Save. Moira, the fly's back! Moira, I hear the fly! Moira, come get him! Moira! Moira, come get the fly! The fly's back! We don't have a fly swatter in the house. Dude, that's a fat-ass fly, though! I don't even have my glasses on, I can see it. Actually, that's a fat-ass fly! What the fuck? I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with it. Moira, come back! There's a fat-ass fly in the office. Moira, please! Moira! Moira, the fly's back! Kill him! Save that work, thank you.
No,
thank you. Moira, the fly is back. Please get him back. Okay, I have things I have to do. And then this guy's gonna have to have a second step as well. Animal 2, animal 3. Is that we have to have an in-between shot. Got everything I wanted. When I wake up, I see you with me. Alright, blah, 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 blah. Section area? Section only. What? And the way that you see yourself. Do I? Okay. Enshrined. New folder. Animatic. Folder step 1. So this is step 1. Hunt 1. And step 1 hunt 2. And then so hunt 3. And then for this one we need, I think we need the jungle base. Hold on. Really fuck this up. Gather 3, okay. Change the way. Okay, not that one. And then not this guy yet. And then wait, no. We want this one. And then we want like a, not that. Comic book / effect. Sure what it'd be like. Wait. It's like underneath though. Or would it be on top? I think it would be on top. Yeah, I want one of these. Oh shit. Nope, that's correct. I'll put this on the screen. Actually, get this guy instead. Remove this. And then all of a sudden this comes through. And this guy has a little knife. Don't you know much already? Hello. It'll be like a little machete. Little machete. And a little handle. Me friend, but keep me closer. Oh, you when party's over. Alright, he's got a knife. I don't know where all the pieces are. It should be here. Knife. Not just a kitchen knife. I know it looks like just a kitchen knife, but you know what? It's gonna be okay. That like it like that. I think that I fucked these two up because I think, yeah, okay. He has knife. So now we have export, gather one. I'll send into your driveway. Open the air inside me. Just recreate it. Dum. Give me a drum, dum, dum. Above. Up the rest of them. Fuck 'em all. Fuck 'em all but us. Bloop. Maybe what did you just kiss me? Alright, and then we'll take this guy, or move this guy. We jumped on. You jumped on top. Gather two. Export gather three. Nope. 3, save. And then I want to try going to maybe like 40. Maybe this is what needs 80. Okay. Stream. What was that? 80? 2020 80. Step 1. Oh. Enshrined animatic. Step 1. Step 1. hunt. Okay, now go back. Piecewise. Oh, this is step 1, gather. Gather. Actually, I changed that. The step 1 pig. And this will be step 1 pig. Pig 1. 2, 3. This will be step 1 jungle. Step 2 jungle. Step 1, 3. That's that. New folder. Step 2. Okay, so let's do this guy. Rectangle. Oh. These guys not have a rectangle. Hi, V. Hi. Hello. There we go. I love you. Okay, and then this is step 2 pig 1. So the step 2 pig 2. And then step 3. And then step 4. But I was told to raise his eyebrows and put this above his head. Yeah. Oops. When we are together, where I would rather be. Company. Sign to a line. Let's do like a star shape. Ooh. Is this life still lifing? I would hope so. I would sure fucking hope so, bud. Always be there so you can tell me anything I have to say. Thank you for the head paps and the bonks. Hey, baby, I can't wait to know. You think about this, believe it. Always do that so you can't be thinking all listen. Thank you. Export. This is step pig 4. And then I need to re-export these. Yep. Yep. And this guy. Choose. Oh. Upload. Unpin this. Upload an image, which is going to be the dice. This guy. Dice. Speed. Download GIF. Enshrined. Dice. Spin. Wait, they don't love you like I love you. Okay, so this should be 80. And then let's like 10. Or 20. 10. This is step 2 pig. And then this one. Oh. Save. This is dice 18. And then boop, 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 boop. Step 2 jungle 1. Save. Export. Step 2 jungle 2. Step 2 jungle 3. And then with the berries we do the thing that we did over here. Oops. Yep. And then boop. Berries. Move the berries right here. We take the berries. We export the berries. There's jungle 4. And it's, I think, 2010, 2080. 10, 2080. And step 2, jungle. Okay. I could do it on Canva. Nah, I'll do it in DaVinci. Somehow. Yeah. Somehow. That's not, let me send these over really quick. Until animation updates. Next two. Step 2. Make me hate you. Prolifically. Okay. This one. Go to cauldron, add ingredients, DC high, run away. Okay. Turn that off. This will be step 3. We're gonna look up a cauldron. Ah! Stop with their subtle mind effects, Google. Thank you, don't embarrass me, motherfucker. This one will do. Okay. Whoop. This one needs to be 100. Make it 100. Red. I just did my makeup so nice. Make is one thing, my ego's another. Don't embarrass me, motherfucker. Okay, there we go. And then this. And this below it. And this. Started at the bottom, now we're here. Now we do this. Don't go no further. Not they're disgusted by her. So don't bruise them battered. Oh, girl, I ain't coming home with you. But life's a bit more colder. Sometimes parents are the worst. Sometimes they are the worst. Why? What's the matter? What's the matter? Oops. Dun, dun, dun. Let's bet your to be my squeeze. I was drying my hair, okay. Listening. My brother wasn't going to shower, okay. I'll be in good company. Do 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 do. Okay. Disgusted by. He kept like dragging it out, even though it's 9:30 over here. My parents are gonna sleep soon. Okay. Okay. I'm following. I'm gonna do. Parents usually hang up the clothes to dry before they sleep because we have a washing machine, and so obviously the clothes gotta. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Smells like yummy. Blood squirt, start sharpening on a tree. Count down 3 grounds and how I'll be in good company. And because my brother is being annoying, my mom decides to go on a rant complaining about us not showering as soon as we get home. Can you not shower after your parents go to bed? Like, do you have to shower when they're awake? You know? Dun, 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 dun. Because we go to sleep later than they do, and she's like, just because you don't sleep doesn't mean we don't. Yeah, but it's a shower. It's a shower, though. I remember when I was younger and I was afraid of taking a shower because I thought my mom would get mad at me. Shit's stupid. Not because they hang out the clothes in the back. Oh. Well, then that's his own damn fault for not... That's your brother's darn fault for not deciding to take a shower when obviously there's a rule stated. And I understand why you think it's dumb, because there was no reason to, like, get mad at you over it. You didn't do it. You did what you needed to do. Walk. Babby. Is there really a point? Yeah, no, not really. Not really. Because if he's lazy enough to drag it out this long, he's lazy enough to not shower when he gets home. Yep. I just don't understand why they had to bring you into it, you know? It's not like you really did anything. Here are the berries. Baby, step 3. He's gonna go in front. What would be the meat? Which will go here. Part 2. So I want other baby. Baby. Alright, close, close. This will be part 1. So now it goes pump pump. Wait, what? Plus, after a long day of school, I'd like to relax and take a nap instead of standing in the bathtub and scrubbing at my scalp until my fingers are... Exactly! So it's like, just like, I personally don't understand why they would get mad at you because you didn't do anything wrong. You know, you were doing what you needed to do. And then, just because your brother didn't do what he needed to do, you get berated for it. It's like, what? Also, my mom complains about me saying bad things about her, but in my opinion, she should show everything. Yeah, that happens a lot. My mom used to be the same way. And then this guy, and then we can remove this guy, and then we make a little puff cloud. Puff cloud. Where's my bath? Less than half an hour. Rocks. Kids in tube socks. It's like she automatically assumes that being a parent means they can talk shit about their children with no problems. A lot of parents are like that, to be fair. But it's whether it's in a destructive or not way that's different for a lot of people. Cause, you know, I'm gonna talk shit about my kid when they're young. But like, there's a difference between talking shit and meaning the mean shit you say and talking shit and just memeing with your kid, you know? As if he knew. close the curve. I mean, I understand first switch because there's no water tomorrow, so we have to store water in the bathtub, and my brother's refusing to shower until 9:30. It's pretty horrible. What did I do? It's just, I'm presuming you're the older sibling, and it's just older sibling syndrome. Just what happens. Unfortunately. If your little sibling did something messed up, then you're gonna get blamed for it. And then this one. I'm the middle child? When my sister moved out, yeah, then it goes to you. Unfortunately, then yeah, it goes to you. So I guess it's, yep. Make him super frowny face. Does she know who I am? Blue. Baby blue. Anyway, I'm gonna relax before my mom berates me again. Understandable. You do that. We'll be here. I love you. I love you. And no, it gets better. It really does. It gets a lot better. Make that frown upside down, baby. Little guy, unhappy face. Yeah. How did I do it? The DC is 12. Give me that dice back. Where'd that dice go? The dice is in here. Dice. Let's say the DC is 12. I had to say goodbye. I don't know what it all means. Dice becomes 12. That's where I follow. Layer effects, Gaussian blur. Oops. Do you? And then this is gonna be 20. But I at least want to put stuff like in here, I think. So now he's got like a pot of red stuff or something. Maybe a pot of purple. Lost in the words that we speak. And we wanna do this anymore. Yeah. Wherever you go, that's where I'll follow. Nobody's promised tomorrow. Okay, and this is part 4. So this is step 3. Folder, step 3. A new folder. Oops. Step 4. Step 3. Step 3, part 4. Part 3. Shift S. Sport. Part 2. Save. I'm gonna go back. Choose. And was there a step 5? Oh yeah, he drinks the potion. Okay. Don't stack frames. This will be 80. This will be 10. 20. 10. Oh, maybe 20, 20, 20 is good for this one. Actually, let's do 50. Let's do 30. Three. So step 3. And then step 4. Step 4. Turn this one off. Lock this guy. Part 2. I think I'm just gonna make him poof. Shoop. And then he'll be gone. And then he'll pop back with these arms. With like books. How am I supposed to display a book? Yeah, so it's like make this brown. The inside of that tan. And then make the bottom layer like this. It's got like book, and like other books. I'm gonna make these thinner so we can tell that they're pages. Refresh, festering deep. So right would be born anew. Like papers and books. And then beakers. Which would be layer, compound. We take, or we make this one white. And then we'll just round this corner off. Beaker. Like a test tube, few tubes. In order to do tubes, we gotta make this like this. And then like this, and like smaller tubes. I'd probably do it like this. And just move this here. Have another one here. And then what is happening? Okay, boop, boop, boop. You know that you're mine. Boop. I feel like the curved corners don't read as test tubes. Boop. Boop. Oh, this one. Yippee! Make these go down a little bit more too. What are we saying with these guys? I'll say move this one down here so it looks like he's like surrounded by them. And then I'm gonna go get the poof back from the last step. Let's see, this was part 4. This is all the stuff. This is part 3. Part 5. And then step 5. Step. Joyride. I'm just looking for a good time tonight. Step 4 goes away. And Babby. And then he's like, where is his squinty eye? I need a squinty eye. Where's his face? Where's the other eye? There it is. This one. You're like this. Make him curious, like, what? And then we need the potion back. Potion, this one. And this one. We gotta make this smaller. And then make this on top. Layer, convert to curves. Be like, whoa, I made something. Let's put a cork in it. It's a can. You know, I love to get how my clothes go around and lose control. Let's make this less. I got like a little potion bottle. This. this will be 1. And then we take his eyes, do this, take the potion, take this, oh, we put it under his mouth, with his mouth, go on top. You slip away, I don't know, should I just go home? I'll go all night. It's alright, I'll go all night. You know I love to get, oops. Stop selecting all 3. Slow down, slow down. You know I love my love. Every time I talk, I choke. Just move him over. Just close curve. And then wrangle it. And then we're just gonna take this arm, delete this arm. Flip it. All you as is running down. I don't know where I belong. And then delete node. I think I actually need to break the curve in order to get this effect. Break curve. Close. And delete node. You know I love to. What? Okay, there we go. What's the question? Who will grow pizza? Question. What are you hiding? And then let's take Babby this one. Take this one. And he's gonna be like, yippee. And then I'm gonna add, because I'm lazy, if I can find it. Actually, being stream. Wagons. Wow deep in the BF folder. In the BF assets. In the assets, I think. Yeah, okay. Yep. Nope, okay. Patches, ref, biff toggles. I think that might be this one. Done. Yeah, there are the flaming eyes. Because I'm lazy. The bricks come off. Not if you get heads or tails. Good all the time. This is step 5. Fuck. 5 part. 1, 2. Oh. Step 3. Step 4. This one. Step 4. 1, 2, 3, oops. 3, oops. No. Card 4. And then, oh, I have to replace the dice. Part 5. Save. Stack GIF. Okay, cool. Let's do that. Let's see, step 2. Oh, this one, open. Future. The best. Combine. Combine? That didn't work the way I was hoping it would. How do you stack gifts together? Overlay, place static images for animated gifs. Let's see, combine gifs. Let's do this guy and where's the other one? This one. Merge gif. Why? I feel like I could do it on Canva. Okay, wait. What? What's happening? What am I doing? Oh, I think okay. Step 2, step 3. This was where he's sad. Super sad. And then this one. And upload this one. And then... let's just do this one. And this one. And then this is 80, 20. Maybe like 50. Oh, I'm missing one. Should be one of them where the pod's just not. It's just the pod doesn't have them there. Boop. Boop, boop. Step 4. This is 6, 5. This is 4. Choose. Open. Upload. 80 and then like 30. Actually, let's do 80 and then... This is the step 4. And then... Boop, boop. Array. Let's do 80. Excuse me, who is? It's you. Boop. Boop. So 5, yep. Back. Choose. Gives a fuck. My sweet Lithonia, what have you done? These are your children, I am your son. Cordelia, what have you done? Did I put in? And then this guy. Oh, nope, this guy. Okay, new idea. Step 2. Dice 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see how many frames we got. 3. Okay. So we. Okay. So now we have 1, 2. Weird. Oh. Okay, so this guy. There. And then he will go in this one, gather 1. Actually. Dice 1, 2, 3. Off. Delete. And then we take this guy. We add it to these. I got 1, 2, 3. Okay, so hopefully this will look okay. So if we went, yeah, I think that'd be fine. And then just take this guy and put him back here. 4. Okay, now they should be good. Okay. Oops. V2. 1, yep. 2. 3. And then juggle 4. Then beat this guy. Yep. Another 2. Nope. Nope. Steal pig 2. Get pig 3. And get pig 4. Yeah, save. Okay. Easy give. Hopefully this looks okay. It's a big maybe. Cause I've never done something like this before. My whole staff go gunners. That should be 10. Maybe 20 actually. This one, yep. And then these guys, yep. Upload. Hi, pixels. 80. Why is it different? Why is it different? What's wrong with you? So the dice. God damn it, it's because of the dice. There. Alright. Now it should be good. 1, yep. 2. Yep. 3. And 4. Now those should all be the same now. Upload. There should be 80. Don't stack. Woo! I'm done with that. Oh my god. My bones. I'm gonna send these to people. Step 2 V2, which would be this one and this one. Step 3. Step 4. Step 5. Alright, done with that for today. There's a step 5 as well. Step 5. Alright, we finished it. Okay. Woo! Alright, everybody good over here? Yeah, checking this. Checking this. Cool. Save. Alright, what am I doing now? I'm gonna restart this playlist, that's what I'm gonna do. No, I'm not. I'm gonna go to DJ. Shut up. What am I doing now? I think I'm editing a video now? Fuck. Let me look. Yeah. Wait, what? Tablet is so cool. I've never seen anything like that. Did you do it yourself? This? The little transparent screen? Is that what you're talking about? If so, yes. And it's super easy to do. Okay. So everyone's still streaming. Everyone's still streaming. Cute. Cute. I don't know who this is. They're cool looking. Yeah, so I made it myself using I I just made the little border. It's just a little border, and then I fit a... How did I do it? I fit a desktop display in it, and it has a 3D effect filter, and then an image mask, so that way I could change the opacity, so it's like... Boop. So if I wanted, it's like completely transparent, or more apparent. I think I want a bit more apparent, you know? Yeah. And so it's cool, and it like mimics what's going on my screen. Except for my mouse, because mouse is separate. But yeah. I'm glad you like it. I got inspired by Yagi Luro, my original model artist and designer. They have something very similar, but a bit different. There's glitches out, and it's cool. Oh, my neck. Okay. Wait, where the fuck did my... I had a hairband in my hair. I just realized my hair was touching the nape of my neck, and I don't have a hairband now. What? Where did my... Ah! I'm gonna have to get it like a hairpin or something instead. My hair is too soft. I don't think I have any hairpins. It's getting hot in here. I need to open the window. Hold on. I have to open... Very exciting song about antidepressant. I know, right? Isn't it great? I'm sweating. Oh, there's my hairband. Fell off. I'm sweating, and I hate sweating. I need to take my... I love it. It's such a cool idea. Feel free to steal it. Take it for yourself. If you're a streamer, take it. Have it. I want to see more people use it. Take it. Don't even credit me. I don't care. Use it. Sorry, I'm taking my hoodie off before I fucking die of heat exhaustion. Oh my god. I hate being hot. I wonder if the song can be exciting because of wonder if the song can be exciting because of antidepressant. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm gonna fix my chair. My chair's like falling. I have like a little blanket on my seat because I fucking sandpapered my ankles with this chair fabric, so it's not soft. Okay. Sweating makes me so tired. Alright, we're good. We're good. Stretched the shit out of my shirt, though, putting it on under my silky skin today, though. Alright, so... Right. We're editing the Baby No Money video. And Sleepy Siren, if you're confused on how to emulate this tablet, just DM me on, like, Twitter or something. I got you. Make a breakdown video if I have to. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. I'm like hot. I'm melting, chat. I'm melting. Okay. Can't believe it's already almost 8. Abracadabra, acadabra. Oh, my back hurts all of a sudden. When my body gets sweaty, my back hurts. It's terrible. What is it? TikTok, boom. How hot is it there? Not very. It's like 80 degrees or something. Just the humidity that makes me want to die. Delete track. Okay. Alright, back to this. Alright, how did this guy do it? I love this guy. Subscribe. I'm subscribing. Okay, so we gotta take this thing. We gotta paste it. We gotta paste it in another place. Okay. So we're gonna take this guy and we're... Yeah, I did. It went down 1 degree. It's on max, don't worry. It's 10 degrees cooler outside. What is this? Blasphemy. It's probably because of that bitch.
It's probably because of that bitch.
That bitch is barely working. I'm not even doing that much on it.
Makes a lot more than that bitch does.
My bitch is a bitch still, regardless. Also, the fly came back, and I don't know where it is, and I wish Moira was here. That shit was fat. I could see its full body without my glasses on the other side of the room. I hope Moira kills it. I was crying for her, and she didn't come to my rescue. She hates me. She hates me. She hates me. She's like, Mom can deal with it on her own. Well, I'm dying.
Dying to fly.
I'm dying to fly in heat. KK. Thanks. What's this icon? This icon? Bitch. Excuse me. Jeez. And if it is. Okay. Ooh. So if I do this here, wait, what if the, what if I blur it and then do a text, you know, like, add, you know, what if this is it? No. What if it's this, no, this, no. Blur to you, text to you. And now if I blur it, blur does nothing. Okay, what if we remove... There's a city of gold and how do I blur the background? How do I... If I go back here. I zoomed it out. Oh, it's got the Gaussian blur on it though. Shit. Shit. What if I want to blur the background? What if I want to blur the image before it becomes... What if I want this image to be blurred? El Dorado is a city of gold and let's see if you don't... I'll just do it this way. It'd be easier just to do it this way, to be honest. The devil, I reach what I sow. El Dorado is a city of gold, and I'm looking for the dirty but lost track of my soul. This guy. That's FX, Gaussian blur. Sort of alpha. Close. Export. Forward. Fusion effects apply. What? Alright, that's fine. Text. Oop. Dances on my tongue, says she might be the one. Buy so much stuff. The crush on. How do I think this one gotta be bigger, maybe? kind of sense. Oh, no, I know. This needs to be more blurred. Before red, I'll say it again. No, blurred too. There we go. I'll be the one. Okay, and now yeah, that looks like, okay, so then what I want to do is not what I thought I was doing. It's this, and then, oops. Oof, I don't, okay. Oh, lower. What's that? Is there a way to know an outline? Everybody got this channel. What if I could just mimic it and then just layer it? I could try that. Or red outline, enable. Damn it. Okay, so I think I will have to do another text effect. Okay. Track. Text. Let's do this one. She's a Vetus. Let's put this on top. And then shading, red outline, enable, color white, and thickness. I'm gonna bring this back up. And then why is this broke? Why is it broken? Is it because of this? No. Okay. We're just gonna copy, zoom, crop, position, apply. Oh. Okay. And if I add in an adjustment clip. Adjustment clip only affects certain certain timelines. DaVinci. Affect one layer. The one you want to affect into compound clip. Okay. Let's put it in a separate timeline. It acts like a compound clip then. What? Separate timeline. What? Put that adjustment clip and the one you want to affect into the compound clip. Don't waste my time. Next layer underneath only. Oh, wait, no, it'll be fine. It's the Blackmagic design. Proceed. There's a lot of it swapped. Just because. That's the way to do it. I didn't see a poster you're wrong about this, but yes, that's the way to do it. Because I know with the explicit method, I have to swap them. The current solution is to turn layer high into a compound clip to put the animated circle mask into the compound clip. What? 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 Alright, maybe it's best if I just take a color. She's got... It's my time. Also, shading. That. Oops. I don't know what I'm doing. Do it by the mouth. I want that like cross dissolve thing. This guy still has the shading on him. Just want these a little bit faster. Yeah. And then we're gonna do the slide. Okay. Yeah, I like this one. Okay. I gotta look up a lyric video. Lyric video. That's what this one looks like. Ah, so it's like a... What about that zoom? What that? Ugh. What about... I don't like that. Oh, this one. Am I cool enough to do this? I guess. My brain is like so confused. That. Boom. Boom. I'm gonna fit right there. Okay, my brain can't understand if I did this right because I have to place them. And a real bad guy. Okay, and then this one would go here, and this one would go here. What if this one was like on top? This was in the middle. Right? And then it's like, god damn. I don't like it. I don't like it. I think it should be one word at a time. Got that. Boom. Oh, it's gotta be like this, doesn't it? Wait, no, like this. So then this one maybe here. And this one be here. Like we could like maybe like change it up a bit so it'd be like why are you weird? If I put it at 0, is it still okay? So if I move it up a little bit. Okay, I'm just gonna scoot all this up so I can see what the fuck I'm doing. Add track. Add track, add track. So now, oops. Sound on the phone. Right there. Escape into my own world. Your favorite girl. Okay, so it's like. Okay, no, I gotta move these guys. Oh. I don't know what text color to do for this. Okay, so if it's like this, she got that. Does that look right? So she got that. Okay, how the fuck do people do, like, lyric videos on top of, like, colorful things? What do you do? I kind of want to listen to the song. Okay, so... What if, right? It's like, oops, she's... God damn it. My brain is, like, dying. I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm trying to be so creative right now, guys. Got that. Okay, I like that. That's like staggered. It's like she's got that. I like this song a lot. What does this guy do? Turn these off. Nothing. Okay. Like, we gotta look at AMVs, don't we? Yeah, we do. I need ones with lyrics. This one says it has lyrics. Maybe with lyrics. Okay, this one. Let's do this one. No, I want the... No! I'm not getting... They're not getting it. Why are all the lyrics like this? Yeah, I want to like this. Ugh. Part of me wants to, like, leave it where it's, like, half-spaced. Like, here. Instead of, like, all the way. So I might do that. Let's do that. So, here. Instead, bring her down a bit. To the tip of the patatas. There. And then it's like, she's got that. Oh, I just thought of a good one. Because instead of doing, now I'm in a room, like, instead of going, like, we could have inverted it and had, like, me blush. Like, oh my god, you're in my room. Oh my god. This is hard. Are these so hard? She got that. I think that should be red. I think this text should be red. Text red. Wait. How much of this is what it is? The difference. What about crash zoom? Zoom in. I'm popping back in my bed at 3. In her room, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I think this should have been inverted. So I have that one. Like, this one will go here. And then instead we bring it to my face. You know, so it'd be like... I'm editing a baby no money thing. It's hard. I don't know what I'm doing. She's got that boom 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 boom. Now I'm in her room. Yeah, if I like was jamming out, like let's say I was like okay. I need to open another OBS. Yep. Launch anyway. I have an idea. I have an idea, and I have to do it now. I have to do it now before I forget. Okay. Scene collection, recording studio. I don't know how well this will work because I've never tried to do this before. So if my stream crashes, you know why. Okay, so got that, and then so I go. So we just gotta keep bouncing. So what the thing is we gotta keep bouncing like the boom 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 boom, and then we gotta do okay. So then we gotta do Wait, we gotta do like... I gotta listen to the song! Baby, no money. Okay. Okay. Let's stop recording and then re-record. Oh. Okay, one more time. This is so hard to do. Okay, one more time and then fucking wait. Okay. Okay, and then we have that one, so that will be the last one. And then I want to do another one where like I'm kind of recording close to my eyes. Oh. Wait, we gotta do like this smug. Okay. So now I got that. Gotta really exaggerate to move it. It's not, it's just, I have to like nod my head a lot and I'm not like used to it. I could just turn my physics up. I want to do one more thing. One more recording of... Start recording. But it will be... not that. But this. Don't just ignore what I'm doing, okay? Maybe a little bit out. Okay. Okay.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Shut up. Oh, my brain is dizzy. Braid small, braid. Alright. Alright. You are. Oh, is it not gonna close? Is it gonna do the thing where it doesn't want to close? BBN Odala sign. Close. Exit. Alright. I'll do it this way then. I know there's two of you. Not that one. This one. Ah, my brain. Don't bonkers me, please. Video editing, TikToks. Video editing. And no dollar sign. Okay, this is the booba. These are my eyes. I don't remember what this. Oh, this is the blush. This is the me blushing, right? Instead. So, alright, let's try that. Alright, so this is me blushing. So, go away. So, oh shit. Okay, hold on. BOYBBNO dollar sign. I think I like this ending part. So it'd be like this much. Actually, it'd be like here. I think. So let's just copy, apply. Let's just see how it looks. So you go out there. You go here instead. Okay, no, you gotta go this way, bruh. You gotta come here. Back. Okay, so the problem is... I'll have to do it, like, faster, huh? Actually, what if I just did 150? Okay, hold on. Okay, so that goes there. And then here, I want it to come down. And for me to be like that. So it's like... No, hold on. Is there a way I do that better? I'm just like... What about this part? Hold on. Actually, don't copy. Let's see. Maybe here? Walk around with fake IDs. Can maybe like this? Because with this one... Could I, like, blend them, maybe? No. Yeah. And then, so if I did, like, this... And then I just found a way to, like... line it back up, you know? Like, just make it very similar. If I change the speed on this just a little bit, it'd be like this, though. I have an idea. Take it off, take it off. Take it off. Okay, and this one. And then if I take this guy, just blend it. Just blend it. Hi, baby. Hi, Moira. Okay, so like this. And then let's get... I just moved. Actually, no. Create... Compound clip. Create. Okay. Let's put this over here. Okay, and then it just goes... Meow. And by the time it gets... Oh, fuck. Okay, never mind. So this is here. And then here. Let's bring it down. And then here. And then right here. Okay, so we gotta go... Right there would be good. Okay, so if it's like... Now, the second question is, do I have another section in this clip where I'm like doing the same thing? Where I'm like... I feel like the last bit was the best. Like here. So, let's see. Ooh. So it's like, what part? I think this could be pretty good. It's like... Oops. So now how does this look? Okay. Kinda want like this. So I kinda want this one to be a bit higher. And if that's the case, this needs to be higher. So let's see. Actually, let's see. So I want it to be slower. I don't want it to be so fast, I think, is my personal thing. And then here, we're like aligning it to be like here. Like that, I think. It's like... This one. Okay. And now this one would get pinned. And then this one would be brought down and then centered. So it's like... Let's have this here, so it's like... Oh, I just want to edit it just that little bit more. It's like a little, just a little second. A little second. Yeah. Did I do it? Oh, there's still that stutter in between the two. That frame. So that's smooth. Oh, why is it not smooth? I think it's because, first of all, this one needs to be a little bit. Okay, now this one and this one. It's like this one, and then I want this one. It's like that. Can we do like this? Just like a little bit. No. Ooh. Smooth cut. Let's see how that looks. Think that's good. Okay, and then let's bring in Booba. Oh, goodness. Okay. Let's turn this guy off. And then we're bringing in this guy. I'm sure he looks great in here. What do you... Yeah. Yeah, like there. Apply, retain. But then we zoom it out. Slide. Where's my slide? Oops. Slide left. Slide right. Like clips. Alright, how does that look? Okay, so this one. Oh, my boobs look so much bigger when I do like this. I think maybe a little bit up more. Okay, and now we gotta redo the eye movement, which would take everything. Let's turn this on. Let's retain. It's like the ending. Okay, so it's just like... Let's do it like that. Like we zoom into my eyes further. I think I kind of like the original eyes that I have. I don't think. Do I? Okay, I think that's not bad. What if I did... I have another idea. Back 2.3. What if we cut it before my head comes in? You know, like here. And then we like cut it to here. Like, oh, this fucking... I like the previous one where I blushed into the thing, I think. Yeah. Oh, I see. I'm in her room, boom, 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 boom. I don't know if I like that one as much. Where's the other clips? And now I'm in her. Okay, what if this, and then this goes here? I feel like one where they hold the gaze. Yeah, this section. Oops. Oh my goodness, what's the matter, Moira? Oh. What does this do? Why is it not? The fuck, where's the other? Hold on, let me restart DaVinci. I think I fucked it up. Chat. I just want to edit this and then I'll call it for today. Smile. Why is it an unlimited slider? DaVinci won't loop video. I'm saying, oh. Oh. There you go. Oh, X. What? Let's see. If I did like here. I have an idea, but I might keep it for after stream. Maybe we start this lower. No. It's this song. I sleep, but if you need my opinion, hit me up, dude. Yeah, for sure, bro. Have a good sleep, though. I think this is actually where we're gonna end stream because I want to go test some stuff. I'm gonna go test them offline. So if Coca-Cola is still streaming, we're gonna go raid them. They just got a true wonky funky raid too. Oh, they're be right back. Oh my god, they're being right back. I like it says rated with 6, but it says rated with 90. But we're gonna raid them now. We'll wait. We'll wait. We'll wait till they come back. Or just wait. Okay, we'll edit until they come back. If I do the camera shake on this though, what happens? Does it even want to do the camera shake? Yeah. Yeah. Got that. Come back. Come back. Come back, Coca-Cola. I gotta go take a shit. And I want to give my guys to you, but you're not here. Cries. I need them to come back, Boffy. Tell them to come back. Tell them to come back. I don't want to raid anybody else. I already set my mind on who I wanted to raid. Hong was streaming too. I should pop in there. I'll look in there after stream. Or go take a poo. You go take a poo. If I raid them, will you let them know, Boffy? I don't know how long my tummy can wait. This is so cute. By the way, them just eating. It's cute. It should be back soonish. Okay. I guess I can wait. Boom, 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 boom. Almost thinking like it should be like that, you know? But I gotta take a poo. Boom, 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 out in the room, boom, 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 boom. I think I have an idea for this. I'm gonna scream though. I have to go bathroom, bro. Alright, I guess I can just test the idea while I'm waiting. Okay. Okay, take this off, and then I'm gonna go like this. Guys, I have to go bathroom so bad. Not this one here. Wait, no. Oh. So confused. Okay, and then I would bring her up. Guys! I don't think a boo. Actually, that's not crazy bad. Like, it was like... I gave them like a filter like right here. Color compensator, color compressor, effects. Doop. Doop. 2, 3, 4, 2, and then like 1 over. They also have this one. Oh wait, what? Wait, what? Okay, this one. Actually, okay, actually, I don't think I need the beginning one in this case. And then, like, it's like, okay, maybe we do like that. So we do like each one, and then 1 over, and then we can make it like 50. Right, so it's like, thank you for the wellness check. I think that ain't bad. I think that's not bad. Hold on. I think that's pretty fire. Are they back yet? Yay! They're back! I can go take a poo! I don't have to take a poo anymore. But we're gonna rate that anyway. Because I gotta go record stuff. Gotta go record stuff so it's not midnight by the time I fucking get done with stuff. But thank you guys for hanging out with me today! I'll go have fun with Coca-Cola! That's what I gotta think. They're like, we're ending stream. I'm gonna piss my pants, bro. Anywho, go tell them their raid models, raid message. Go tell them that their models are cute. I love you guys so much. Have a great rest of your Monday, and I'll see you guys back for Tuesday for some more co-working. I know we didn't play any games today, but hopefully we'll have time to play games tomorrow. I love you guys. Have fun. Remember, BB No Money is king. So